Rubika, who helps people and lives in conditions of war, begins to have tender feelings for Arman, but cannot decide to confess. After a seemingly tragic end, she wakes up in the body of her 22-year-old self, with Arman's ring. Determined, she wants to find her lover, but Rubika is stopped by Duke Claimer's proposal. Already being a duchess, the main character comes up with a plan to undermine the reputation and ruin of her husband, followed by divorce. But the Duke, having seen an unprecedented talent in Rubik, begins to develop a genuine interest in her, as a result of which all plans go downhill. The girl herself did not understand when everything went wrong. The woman said she didn't feel anything. Her body doesn't listen. The man was noticeably nervous and tried with all his might to support her. He asked not to move because she was wounded and to try to calm down. But she felt that this was the end. Then there will be eternal darkness. Therefore, Rubika took in more air and gathered her last strength. She had something important to tell. She couldn't die without saying it. How hard it was for her in this God-forsaken and war-destroyed monastery. But there was nowhere to go. There were battles and hostilities all around. So this place became her home for a long period. But Rubika never complained about her life. Yes, it was hard for her, even very hard. But the woman was always grateful for what she had. So she took care of the wounded and did any work to distract herself. On the contrary, she believed that if she managed to survive, then she should be happy and try to help everyone who needs it. She was exactly the person they needed at that time. But the only outlet was that all this time Armand was next to her. At the right time, he was silent. When it was necessary, he told pleasant stories and encouraged. He always helped her. In the end, he confessed his love to her. But it was strange. How can Armand fall in love with a slightly older woman? And so, Rubika took the man's words as an ordinary good joke. Oh, if she had known that she would have to leave this world so early, she would have done everything completely differently. Then at least for a short time, she could be truly happy. She was getting worse every minute. The images became increasingly blurry. The silhouettes disappeared. She almost never saw such a familiar and sweet face of Armand. The sound of shells exploding nearby also subsided. She tried to concentrate one last time, but nothing worked. Rubika understood that Armand was looking straight into her eyes and saying something. He speaks so that she can hear. But alas, the woman no longer reacted. She fell into the darkness. She did not know how long Rubika had been in the other world. But when I opened them, I felt great. And when I approached the mirror, I froze in surprise. Her face looked perfect. Even small wrinkles disappeared somewhere. And instead of gray hair, the hair radiated a rich copper color. What happened to her? She died. Or this is how beautiful the afterlife looks. The eyes have returned to their former brightness and radiance. She was again slim and attractive, and looked about 22. The girl even shed tears. Why does she need such a gift? For all the suffering. She didn't quite have time to figure out what was what when there was a knock on the door. The maid entered her beautiful room. It was clear from her facial expression that she was unhappy because her owner had been sleeping for a very long time. He and the maid went downstairs into the large hall. There stood a beautiful girl with the same fiery long hair. She was also angry and asked why her sister was making her wait. It was her cousin, Angela. The girl has always had a bad character, and today was no exception. She was in a bad mood because Rubika had overslept and had to wait. The girl defiantly sat down on a poof near the mirror and ordered her sister to get to work and comb her hair. Rubika wondered why she was being treated so rudely and unceremoniously. And she got to work. The girl perfectly remembered what Angela's hair felt like. The sensations were unforgettable when she touched those fiery curls. They were simply amazing. Rubika asked what hairstyle her sister would prefer today, but she replied that she really liked yesterday's, so let the girl style her hair in the same way today. Yesterday, Rubika was an elderly woman living in a forgotten and dilapidated monastery from the war. Yesterday, Armand was next to her, supporting her and crying. holding her in his arms while she slowly died. The man said that the dragon Iber had woken up, and this was not good. A Manan was supposed to strike near the monastery, therefore it was necessary to be prepared for anything. And if something happened, try to save the children. Armand said that in case of an attack on the monastery, he had prepared a hiding place where he could hide from any trouble. But the woman objected. They have already lived enough, so they will save those who need it most. Rubika was so carried away by the memories that she completely stopped combing her sister's beautiful hair. She in turn turned around and shouted that the girl should not be distracted. It was too late for them to start putting it in order. Rubika apologized. She said she didn't get enough sleep and was feeling a little unwell. In fact, she was deep in thought. Apart from this fragment of yesterday, she did not remember anything but what happened. Continuing to comb and style her sister's hair, the girl did not stop thinking. Or maybe she dreamed it all. Maybe Armand really was just a wonderful dream. Angela's hair was so manageable that it was a pleasure to work with. Therefore, not even half an hour had passed before the girl finished her hair. My sister looked absolutely amazing. The girl had a lot of jewelry on her nightstand. These were hairpins with precious stones, hoops, rhinestones, flowers. But Rubika decided that silk ribbons would be most suitable for her, as they would highlight her look. As she wove the ribbons and put the finishing touches on her hair, fragments from the past came to mind. She remembered Chris, who taught her different ways to tie ropes. So it definitely wasn't a dream. She remembers people, places, a ruined monastery, the image of Arman. She was about 40 years old. Then she was an adult woman who was fleeing the war and helping people. Sister Angela was also quite a real girl, and her hair was real. So what actually happened? How she returned again to the body of a 22-year-old beauty. When the image of her sister was almost completely completed, the girl looked intently at Rubika and ordered her to give her the jewelry that was on her neck. But why? She has a lot of jewelry. The girl didn't even remember what was decorating her neck. She took off the chain and took it in her hand. On it hung a neat ring with a beautiful blue stone. This is the same Armand ring that the man gave her. Oh no, she will not give the ring that she has left from her loved one to anyone, not even her sister. Why is she so disgusting? Rubika always treated the girl very well, but in return, she received only a portion of anger. The maid immediately ran up to the offended girl and hugged her. She told Rubika that Angela just wanted to take a closer look at the jewelry, so she shouldn't have been so rude to her younger cousin. Due to her nasty nature, Angela really decided to take offense. She pouted, turned away from the girl, and said that she didn't want to see her anymore. Let her get out. This was not the first time, so Rubika was quite accustomed to this behavior from her sister. She asked the maid where her aunt was now. The woman replied that the lady was in the hall and was receiving guests together with her husband. Rubika went out into the corridor. It's strange. It's morning, and my aunt and uncle are already receiving guests. But who showed up at the estate so early? And why something is wrong here? The atmosphere is quite strange. Rubika approached the butler, and as if nothing had happened in her usual manner, asked the man what year it was. She cited a headache, so she couldn't remember the date. Hearing that it was 237, the girl was horrified, but tried not to show her surprise. How can this be? If it is such a year now, it means that she is only 22 years old. The girl ran to her room, like a bullet, and locked herself from the inside. She didn't want to see anyone. She needs to think and realize everything. But how can this be? That this was reality, she had no doubt. But then she is crazy to think that she has gone back in time and is now a young girl again. But this option is also not suitable. There's nothing wrong with her head. Otherwise, she wouldn't be holding in her hands the proof that she was in the future. Armand's ring. Rubika lay down on the bed and cried bitterly. Why did this happen to her? But no matter how her life turns, and no matter what reality she finds herself in, no one can take the ring of her beloved man away from her. If she went back even further in time, she could probably see her mother. She would like this so much, to feel the warmth of her family's embrace, at least once again, and forget about all the problems in the world. But you can't think about sad things now. She needs to concentrate on the situation that happened and decide how she will act next. After all, in 4 years, a terrible battle should begin. The kingdom of Keritos, which was located in the Rocky Mountains of Ceres. It was a small and poor country. Its inhabitants did not specialize in anything, but a great inventor worked next to the founding king. It was he who opened the mysterious mine, which contained an incredible amount of manna. And from that moment on, history on the continent changed dramatically, because the magic manna stone had the strongest energy. A certain inventor who later founded the Claimer family used the energy of these stones to create terrible and very powerful weapons. And this weapon was used to get rid of evil dark demons. For over 400 long years, the Claymore family continued to invent. And this gave unprecedented results. They enriched the kingdom with money from the sale of weapons, to such an extent that it was no longer afraid of enemies. But 4 years later, something inexplicable happened. Claimer's very invention began to destroy the kingdom of Cerritos from the inside, and everything did not go according to plan for the king and his military commanders. People began to say that this time Duke Claimer had invented something unimaginable. It was a weapon that could fly in the sky. Some people argued that such a big thing couldn't just stay in the air. But the fact remained a fact. The weapon actually flew. And everyone realized that Claymore was really developing impossible things. Therefore, the time has come to fight the monstrous dragon. And one fine day, people who worked in the field saw the weapon with their own eyes. It was a huge unit, and he actually moved through the air without any support. But suddenly bullets began to rain on people's heads, and they fell straight from the iron monster that hung over them. Many workers died that day, and no one, not even the inventor, could explain what happened. It was then that Rubika's cousin was also on the street. A shrapnel hit her and the girl died tragically. Her poor mother almost died from grief and suffering, and a real nightmare began in the country. Rubika continued to sit on the bed and think hard. How now to save my cousin and the rest of the people? After all, she went into the past in order to change the future. Why else was she sent here? Suddenly, she heard a quiet voice. It was very familiar and just sounded out of nowhere. After a second, the girl understood. It was the voice of her late grandfather, who asked her to hide Armand's ring away from prying eyes. There was a sudden knock on the door. The girl didn't even have time to say anything when her uncle appeared on the threshold and her aunt behind him. They were a little excited, but there was a smile on their faces. The girl asked what kind of guests had been in their house since the morning, and why the relatives were in such a good mood. To her question, the uncle replied that there was a reason Duke Claimer asked for her hand. It turns out that it was he who came to visit them today and talk to her family. He has been watching Rubika for a very long time, and today he decided to propose marriage to her. Isn't this happiness? But how can this be? The girl simply froze in surprise. This is definitely not a mistake, because in her past life, she was lonely. So why is everything not going as it was before? Why did he decide to marry her? But the relatives were not aware. They said that it was better for the girl to know why the Duke decided to marry her. Apparently he liked her, so he thought of starting a family. But this is wonderful. He's a strange man. He marries a girl whom he has never even met. And he even takes care of all the expenses for the wedding. Something is wrong here. Maybe he confused Rubika with some other girl. But my uncle objected. There can be no mistake. The Duke knew her deceased parents, and also knows that her uncle is the girl's official guardian, which is why he came to ask for her hand. The aunt reminded that it was thanks to Rubika's father that her name was included in the register of noble persons of the country, with the status of a half-baron. Therefore, this marriage can be formalized. Yes, once upon a time, her father delivered grain from his reserves to people during a strong storm. That year, there was a terrible harvest, and many people went hungry. For such a feat, the man received the title of baron from the king. But unfortunately, after this, my father lived only 6 months. After his death, the only thing he and his mother had left was huge debts. Rubika's mother could not withstand such a blow of fate, and soon also died. Since the girl was still too young to take care of herself, her uncle and his wife became her guardians. Then Rubika was happy because she thought that her relatives would be kind to her. But everything turned out to be completely different from what the orphan imagined. The uncle paid off all his father's debts, but then his lawyers made sure that the Werner mansion and their title passed to him and his wife and daughter. So Rubika was left with nothing. A few days later, an envoy from Duke Claimer again arrived at his uncle's house. The man called his niece and happily told her that he had given the answer to the inventor. He will marry Rubika to him. This news touched the girl to the core. How dare my uncle give his consent to her wedding and didn't even ask her opinion? She is not some kind of thing, but a living person. Besides, she hadn't even seen her fiancé. The aunt actually got angry at this reaction from her niece and shouted that they wanted to surprise her, but she, ungrateful, did not appreciate the kindness of her relatives and turned her nose up. Edgar Claimer was the 24th Duke of the Claimer family. 3 years ago, his parents died in an accident, and then their son took his father's place and became the most eligible bachelor in the empire. But not only this fact made him popular among all segments of the country's population, he was also an inventor, and thanks to his mental abilities became the king's right hand. He was also incredibly handsome. So what was left for this poor girl? She could not go against the wishes of her guardians, and high society will not understand her if she refuses such a worthy and adored person as Duke Claimer. On the other hand, it was this man who invented the most terrible flying weapon, because of which many people died, including her sister. How can Rubika like him? Because he is a killer. How can a girl explain to her aunt and all the other family members that in 4 years they will all die from weapons created by the hands of Duke Claimer? No one will believe her that she was in the future and saw everything. She simply cannot marry the Duke. And all because she always kept the ring that Armand left her near her heart. That's who she would like to marry. But how can she do this in the future? On the other hand, she was gently reminded that she was no longer at the age to marry for love. Her relatives need useful connections, so the Duke will be an excellent match for all of them. Tomorrow my aunt and uncle are hosting a reception to which Duke Claimer is invited. Therefore, Rubika has been ordered a new dress, and the chefs are already preparing for the dinner party. Everything must be at the highest level. The poor girl realized that arguing with her mercantile relatives was useless. She cited a severe headache and ran to her room. Why is life so unfair to her? The uncle said that His Majesty the King should give special permission for the wedding of his friend the inventor, and if the king gives it, then the wedding will definitely not be avoided. So what should we do? But why did Edgar Claimer choose her as his wife? She's just an ordinary girl. What's the use of her? Rubik doesn't even have a dowry. Her cunning uncle took it all away, leaving her with nothing. She had no choice left. She must become the wife of a man unknown to her, and forget the man she really loved. That is, she will leave Armand in her heart and marry someone else. It is the inventor who will in the future be to blame for all the troubles that will happen in the kingdom. Because of him, Armand will lose his sight. She needs to get out of here as quickly as possible. All the same, in 4 years the war will begin. Suddenly, her cousin Angela ran into the room without knocking. She was surprised and excited, and asked if it was true that Rubika had been proposed to by the inventor himself, a friend of the king, Duke Claimer. The girl reminded that Rubika has no dowry, and she spent all her money to cure her sick mother. How is she going to marry such a rich and famous man? Rubika was already quite tired of her relatives constantly humiliating her, so she asked her sister not to remember her mother's good name. She was a very kind woman and never did anything bad to anyone. But Angela shouted and called the girl ungrateful. After all, it was her relatives who took custody of Rubika and gave her food and a roof over her head, and she must love them and support all her uncle's decisions. This was the limit, so Rubika asked what Angela would do if her mother got sick and needed money for medicine. She would not give the last thing she has to save her loved one. She couldn't stay angry at this stupid girl for long. She, in turn, also asked for forgiveness. She said that the aunt was angry because the Duke asked for the hand, not of Angela, but of her niece, an ordinary orphan. But Mother Angela has a backup plan. If Rubika marries Claymore, then their entire family will be included in the king's castle, and then the cousin will be able to meet some rich and influential marquis. But Rubika disappointed her cousin. She told her that she was going to run away from home, even before the king signed the wedding permit. She does not want to become the wife of a stranger. Then Angela was silent for a while. Then she reached into the pocket of her dress and took out a handkerchief. When she unfolded it, Rubika saw a beautiful decoration. It was her late mother's pendant and earrings. The cousin gave the girl jewelry. They belonged to her by right. She just understood that if Mom and Dad saw them, then Rubika would never be able to return them to herself, like all her other property. Secretly from her parents, the girl wanted to give the necklace and earrings to her sister on her wedding day, but now she understands that she did the right thing. Angela knew that her mother continued to sell jewelry that belonged to Rubika's mother. The girl did not expect such an act from her cousin. She didn't even think that Angela was capable of such a step, so she hugged her tightly and thanked her for bringing back at least a little memory from her mother. Angela also knew that tonight her mother was going to sell another piece of jewelry from the deceased woman's collection, so she hid it and is now also giving it to her cousin. The girl did not believe that Rubika would be able to escape. Therefore, she asked that, after marriage, her sister would come to visit her more often. Otherwise, who will do her such beautiful hairstyles? The girl even shed tears. Honestly, Rubika was more than just a cousin to her. She replaced her mother, who was always busy. Rubika taught her to read, told her bedtime stories, and always protected her. The girl was also sorry to leave Angela here. She is sweet and very kind. Just because of the lack of love from her parents, she became a little capricious. She will miss you terribly, but there is no other way. By evening, the girl had prepared everything she needed to escape and could no longer wait for night to fall. Everything must end today, and then she will think about how to get Armand back. Fortunately, there were tall bushes near her window, so Rubika was confident that she would not fall to her death. After all, she had to escape through the window in order to be unnoticed and bypass the estate security. It was dangerous to get through the front door because it was just time for dinner, and the whole family, except Rubika, was sitting at the table in the living room, and from there the front door was visible. Therefore, she preferred the path through the window. What happened next was even more difficult. After the girl left the house, she found herself in a garden surrounded by a high stone fence. It was over this that he had to climb in order to be free. When she found herself outside the estate, she decided to take a little rest and calm down. It was necessary to decide what to do next and where to move. You can go to the capital, find a job, and earn some money. Judging by the memories of her past life, she will have to work as a maid for 2 years to get some gold, and then go to the south of the country, and there she will be able to find Armand. She must have been talking to herself out loud because suddenly a man grabbed her hand painfully and asked if she wanted to earn some money. This frightened the young girl very much. The man was wearing a robe, but when he raised his head, Rubika realized that in front of her was a young guy. He told the girl to try to explain why she climbed over the fence at such an hour. Rubika was so scared that she couldn't say a word. So the guy took her hand and pulled her somewhere away from the Werner mansion. The girl began to ask the stranger to let her go. She is the adopted daughter of the Werners. The young man turned around and looked carefully at the girl. He said he knew perfectly well who she was. But how can a girl call herself a lady? If she climbs fences, she will soon become a duchess. So that the stranger would take pity on her and let her go, Rubika decided to lie a little. She said that she had to leave in a hurry because her brother had suddenly fallen ill and she needed to visit him. The guy asked, why not go out through the door? Then Rubika replied that the whole family was preparing to meet Duke Claimer, and if they knew that she was going to leave, they would not allow it. The girl lied, looking into the stranger's eyes, but during the conversation, Rubika noticed that the young man was very handsome. He has beautiful facial features and a very penetrating gaze. The guy, without thinking for a long time, took the girl's suitcase and threw all its contents onto the road. After looking at the things, he concluded that a simple maid could not have such expensive things. Then the man's gaze fell on the jewelry that had fallen out of the suitcase. How did the servant end up with such an expensive pendant? It is beyond the means of many marquises and barons. And here is an ordinary girl, so she's a thief. Then strange things happened. A carriage drove up to them, but as it turned out, it had no wheels. Rubika thought that she was moving on magical mana stones that produced energy. The guy came closer to the carriage and knocked on the door. He said it was Stephen, and he caught the thief while scouting the grounds of the estate before his arrival. She stole the Werner family's treasure. Wow, so that's the story she ended up in. She was mistaken for a maid and a thief, and now her hands will be cut off. And what should she do now? Her future groom, inventor, Edgar Clymer, is sitting in the carriage, but they can't take her hand. Why then would the Duke marry a poor cripple? The girl knelt down and began to collect the contents of her suitcase. Then she heard the carriage door open. Quiet but confident steps were approaching her. Is he really going to execute her with his own hands? This can't happen. He is a noble man. Why should he participate in this kind of business? The Duke slowly leaned towards the girl, so as not to frighten her, and asked for what reason she steals clothes and jewelry from her owners. There must be a good reason for such actions. Rubika began to have a panic attack, which she tried with all her might to calm down, but it turned out badly. The girl prayed to all the gods, both good and bad, and then also slowly raised her head up and looked at the Duke. But it would be better if she didn't do this. It would be better if she went blind, because the most beautiful eyes in the world looked at her. She had no idea that a man could look so perfect. She had no idea how to behave around such a delightful young man. Rubika was afraid to open her mouth, lest she blurt out some nonsense and drive herself even deeper into a corner. The guy looked at the girl more carefully. Exactly a beautiful brunette with dark brown eyes. She definitely fits the description of his fiancée. Is this really her? Or did someone play a stupid joke on him? The inventor decided that he would not delay for a long time, and directly asked the stranger to give his name and surname. And when I finally heard that the girl's name was Rubika Werner, I was very surprised. The Duke's guard instantly fell to his knees and began to apologize to his master for not recognizing his lordship's bride. It was dark, and the girl did not look at all like a rich duchess, more like a servant. The man smiled slightly, so that Rubik could not see, and told the guard that he should apologize not to him, but to the young mistress, and the young servant immediately bowed his head in front of the girl. Rubika calmed down slightly and told the young guy to get up from his knees. This should not be done, since she is not going to marry Mr. Claimer and become a duchess. The inventor was slightly taken aback. What kind of news is this? He leaned sharply towards the girl and tried to look her straight in the eyes. He asked what it meant that she didn't want to become a duchess. His deep blue eyes looked straight into her soul. She was momentarily speechless at the man's beauty. What should I answer her? Yes, she doesn't want to marry him, but he cannot explain the reason. Edgar raised his hand, and for a moment it seemed to Rubika that the man wanted to hit her, but he just called his assistant Cal in this way. The Duke asked where the messenger was, who brought the letter from the Werners yesterday. The assistant said that, unfortunately, the messenger was not here. But according to him, young Miss Rubika Werner agreed to this marriage without any objections. Apparently, this is some kind of misunderstanding. Suddenly, her aunt's shrill and disgusting voice was heard near the carriage. She ran up to the girl and menacingly asked where she had gone and what she was doing here. The woman, furious, had already swung her hand to hit her niece. But then the hand that swung at the girl was suddenly intercepted and not allowed to strike. Rubika just opened her mouth in surprise. This was the first time someone stood up for her, and these were complete strangers to her. Edgar Clymer looked at the woman carefully. She seemed to him a real rude, hysterical woman. It's a pity that his fiancé has such a guardian. The girl probably never heard a kind word from her. The woman began her pathetic excuse. She smiled sarcastically and assured the Duke that she was not going to harm the poor girl. She just wanted to fix her disheveled hair. Edgar Clymer listened to her calmly and then asked her to introduce herself. The woman said that her name was Irina Werner, and this girl was her husband's niece, whom they were raising. The aunt said that they sat down to dinner, but discovered that their niece was missing, so she went to look for her in the garden. And then outside, it turned out that the niece had run away. Everyone was very worried, and she almost lost her mind from grief. Then the Duke asked why the woman wants to pull out the beautiful hair of her bride. Because she decided to run away from them. He doesn't think that this type of guardianship on their part would be appropriate in Rubika's case. The woman was almost speechless from surprise. How can this be, since the Duke should have appeared much later? What is he doing here? And why is her niece next to this man? The inventor said indifferently that he did not want to listen to Lady Werner's excuses. Not needed. The only person who needs to explain himself now is his fiancée, Miss Rubika Werner. Now it was the girl's turn to be surprised. She looked into the man's eyes, and it seemed to her that his beautiful eyes were like a cold ocean. But this cold is completely terrible. On the contrary, it calms and bewitches. Realizing that he would not get any explanation from the girl, the Duke took her carefully by the hand and led her in the direction of the carriage. Rubika probably needs to calm down a little and come to her senses, and then he will definitely talk to her and find out everything. And inside, Edgar's carriage looked like a full-fledged nobleman's room. Everything sparkled and seemed very expensive. The girl had never seen vehicles equipped on such a large scale before. The inventor seated the girl at a small table and sat opposite her. Rubika's task was to find any point in the room, just so as not to look directly into the Duke's eyes. She was already blushing all over from embarrassment. In order not to worry, the girl tried to distract herself with different thoughts. She looked at the Duke's finger and wondered what kind of gem would suit such exquisite and well-groomed hands. Perhaps a sapphire would be ideal. The man asked why she avoided direct gaze. Is she afraid to look him in the eyes? But the girl honestly answered that she was very embarrassed. She had never been in such an awkward situation before. The young man said that the situation is absolutely normal. There is nothing to be afraid of and nothing to be ashamed of. He has no bad intentions. The inventor also asked to be called by his first name, simply Edgar. Then the Duke placed an envelope with a letter on the table in front of the girl. Yesterday, a messenger brought it from the Werner house. As it turned out, this is Rubika's consent to marry him. And of course, the girl had no idea about such a letter. Rubika decided that it would be best if she spoke honestly with the Duke. Therefore, the girl took a deep breath into her lungs, and as she exhaled, said that she had been in love with another person for a long time. Therefore, it would be dishonest to agree to marry Edgar. It seemed that the Duke was not at all surprised by this news. He remained calm and only asked to tell me a little about his loved one. She must convince him that she is in love with someone else. In response, Edgar heard from the girl only that her beloved man's name was Arman. Nothing more, absolutely nothing. So the guy started asking Rubika questions himself. The man asked what color Arman's eyes were, what his title was, where he lived, what his height and character were, and what his interests were. Could Rubika still be in contact with him at this point? The girl could not give a clear answer to any of the questions posed. She, it turns out, knew nothing at all about the man she seemed to love. She was very ashamed. To the Duke's last question, whether this man loved her, she replied that she did not know. Armin is a very good and generous person, but she is not sure of his feelings and his love. But the more important thing is that she really loves him. Finally, Edgar showed his emotions. He approached the girl, cupped her face with his hands, and whispered slightly nervously for her to stop talking nonsense. To deceive him, "You need a little more effort. She's not doing well." The man seemed angry. He got up from the table and began to walk around the room. "That is except for the name of her beloved. She knows nothing about him. But how can you love a person knowing only that his name is Arman?" But Rubika decided not to give up. She also stood up and finally looked the man in the eyes, and her look was very determined. She asked if the Duke had truly loved at any time in his life. Then she got really excited and asked a completely logical question. Why should she become his wife? This is the first time he sees her. Besides, she's as poor as a church mouse. But the Duke was not as simple as he seemed. He decided to answer the girl in her own words. What about feelings? He wants to marry her because he loves her very much. Will this answer satisfy the young liar? This angered the poor girl, and it seemed that the conversation had simply reached a dead end. As far as she knows, the Duke did not believe in love at all, and had previously said that it was disgusting to him. Where did these feelings come from? The man objected. He answered absolutely calmly that even if a girl is in love with someone else, this does not change the situation at all. He still wants to marry her and will definitely do so. Rubika was indignant at this man's behavior. Now he openly mocked her, talking about love. How can he even talk about feelings for a woman he sees for the first time? This arrogant Duke probably has a hobby: shocking people and watching their reactions. Therefore, Rubika told the guy that he was behaving very rudely towards her. The Duke smiled. He was really amused by this situation. Therefore, he said that honesty should always be present in couples in love. That's why he likes that. The girl says everything to his face. Yes, it will be difficult for her to refuse such a marriage. The Duke did not seem like a man who gave up easily and backed down from his plans. Therefore, it will be very difficult to convince him that Rubik is not a match for him. What happened next was even worse. The man said that he received a letter from the royal palace in the morning. This was a special document. If the girl refuses to become his wife, she will be punished for deception. Rubika said that this was all a big misunderstanding, and she would be able to explain this situation to the king without any problems. His Majesty will not punish her, because there is simply no reason. But the man hinted that we shouldn't be so confident in the current situation. Yesterday, he received a letter from Werner's house, from her uncle. Her guardians and the emperor's envoy will not be able to escape punishment. The envoy is generally executed. Rubika certainly did not expect such a turn of events. Okay, her vile uncle. But why execute the messenger if he didn't even know what was in the envelope, much less the text of the letter itself? The man continued to play. He said that the envoy would not be able to escape punishment in any case. He had to take the letter from Miss Rubrika's hands to ensure its authenticity, but Mr. Werner gave the envelope. That is, now an innocent person will die because of her vile uncle. How can this even be possible? What kind of laws are these? Then why didn't Herza come personally to propose to her? Then everything would have been different. The man sighed heavily and propped his head on his hand. He said he was very busy. He is constantly busy. He has a lot of responsibilities and work in the palace. Besides, he also has a very important meeting tomorrow. Rubiki just wanted to burst with anger. How can you talk about such serious things so calmly? He's clearly making fun of her, but His Majesty gave permission for the marriage, so he arrived in the evening to pick up the girl early. Edgar asked to take his words very seriously. He is the king's right-hand man and does not know how serious the empire's problems could be if he is even a little distracted from his duties. For a minute, the man became absolutely serious and quite adequately asked not to interfere with this marriage. He will try to solve all her problems, and after everything calms down, they can get a divorce. This situation was already changing something, and Rubika liked it. That is, she will be able to free herself from this man. The girl asked if a year of their marriage would be enough for the Duke to resolve all his affairs. He was slightly surprised and said that this period was very short. What will people say if they find out that in such a short time, the Duke could not find a common language with his beloved wife? Rubica understood that right now, she needed to dot all the I's in order to understand how she would act next, so she asked how long they should be together. The Duke smiled, then made a grimace, and answered in a mysterious tone that probably 10 years would be quite enough to then calmly get a divorce without attracting too much attention. Then came the real bidding. For a column, such a period was unthinkable, but long she couldn't waste 10 years of her life on this man. She needs to return her beloved Armand and not spend tedious days and evenings in the royal castle. After a long half-hour of quarrels, explanations, and convictions, the young people came to a common denominator. Rubica managed to convince the man that 4 years would be enough for everyone in the kingdom to believe in their happy marriage. The Duke surprisingly agreed. But the girl found additional conditions, and they were very important to her. Therefore, she voiced them without hesitation. She doesn't want children, and they will definitely be in different rooms. The Duke already realized that it would not be easy with this girl. Maybe life has tempered her, so she knows how to stand up for herself and set conditions that are beneficial only to her. But this is even good because he does not like weak people. It was important for Edgar to understand how brave this girl is. Therefore, he got as close as possible to her face and asked in a quiet voice, what if she wanted to come to his bedroom first at night? After all, this could also very well happen. He reminded the girl that no young lady had ever refused him. She is the first to behave so impudently with him, but everything is forgiven for the future wife. And if she wants to hug and kiss him, he will gladly forget about the agreement. Rubica desperately wanted to give the impudent man a good slap in the face, but she didn't dare. She is in no position to fight a high-ranking person right now. We need to get to know him better. But the Duke continued to be rude and make jokes in her direction. Therefore, the girl decided not to restrain her impulse and slapped the man in the face as planned. Then she called him an idiot and got ready to leave. Edgar sat down at the table and laughed out loud. This is courage. Not every man will allow himself to talk like that to the Duke, the king's right hand. And this fragile girl was not afraid to anger him. Full of resentment and anger, the girl left the carriage. For now, she didn't know where she would go next, but she no longer wanted to be in the same room with this boor. We need to come up with something to cancel the wedding. After wandering a little in the fresh air, Rubica calmed down a little. She thought that she had been too rude to the Duke. After all, she is a girl, and she shouldn't have behaved like that. On top of everything else, she slapped him in the face, and this is simply unacceptable. The girl was unable to think for long because she met Duke Edgar's assistant. He was a handsome old man with glasses. He asked if the girl had managed to talk to His Excellency. Strange questions followed. The man was interested in whether Edgar Clymer smiled during the conversation and whether he paid compliments to the girl. The girl replied that in her opinion, the Duke did not even know about this. They were unable to reach an agreement. As Edgar got out of the carriage, he seemed to be in excellent spirits. Since he finished talking alone with the girl, it was time to talk to her family. Within a few minutes, Rubica was in the company of 2 men, one of whom was her fiancé, in the living room of her uncle's house. She couldn't even imagine how events could develop further, but it would clearly not be in her favor. The entire Werner family was relaxing in the living room and was very surprised by the appearance of such guests at their estate, and the uncle immediately stood up and began to bow to Duke Clymer. When the uncle began to shout at his niece and accuse her of leaving the house without permission, the Duke's assistant abruptly stopped him. He asked to address the bride in a respectful tone. Werner began to be indignant, saying that he was her official guardian. If he had not paid off the huge debts of her parents, creditors would have taken the girl and sent her to a brothel or even killed her. The Duke, in turn, noted that Mr. Werner, although he is Rubica's guardian, has no right to insult the poor orphan. Now there is someone to protect her. And the next moment, something amazing happened. Clymer's assistant punched his uncle in the jaw with all his might. It happened so suddenly that everyone present froze and opened their mouths in surprise. Most of all, Irene Werner did not expect such a turn of events. The aunt understood perfectly well that her and her husband's secret had been revealed, and now they would have to answer for their actions. But flattery and deception will not work here. Edgar's assistant just smiled. He said that if it had been anyone else, he would definitely have broken his neck, but since this is Lady Rubika's uncle, he did not punish the man too much. The woman began to actively defend her husband. After all, he didn't say anything bad, but simply tried to explain that he spent a lot of effort and money raising his niece. That's all. It turns out that the Duke's assistant was a difficult man. He warned the husband and wife that he would send them an etiquette teacher to teach them good behavior. He will teach them to preserve the honor of a lady. The man called them bad guardians and equally terrible parents. Their own daughter should not adopt their behavior, otherwise she will have a hard time in life. Therefore, it is worth rethinking many things. Edgar calmly watched the whole performance from the side. Then he also calmly said that he had considered the Werners' offer in exchange for permission to marry their niece Rubika. The uncle told the Duke that his niece's mother was terminally ill when she died 6 years ago. The family's financial situation was very poor, and he had to put everything on his shoulders. They borrowed a huge amount of money against the security of the mansion. The Werners had to pay the entire debt to Rubika's parents. It was not easy, they almost lost the title of Baron. But the girl was not left to fend for herself. The woman just agreed. She said that she replaced the girl's own mother and raised her the same way as her daughter Angela. They were better guardians than Rubika's own father. And then Rubika heard terrible things. It turns out that her guardians sold her for 100,000 gold. So they just decided to earn a tidy sum from it. And how they will look into her eyes now that she has learned the truth. Irene looked menacingly at her niece, her eyes sparkling with hatred. The woman suggested that the amount was quite adequate. She and her husband spent many times more on her care, food, clothing, and education. Yes, the Duke listened to all this and did not believe his ears. These vile people believe that 100,000 is not enough. They also decided to bargain. They are so callous that they consider their niece just a thing. Edgar called out to his assistant, and the man handed the Duke some papers. Uncle and Auntie watched this carefully. They thought that this was the king's permission for Rubika's wedding. They will get money for it. The Duke said he carefully examined Rubika's father's books and debts, and in some strange way, they were all connected with the activities of Martin Werner, the girl's uncle. And in addition, Edgar's assistant reported that the person who introduced the dishonest private moneylenders to Cedric Werner, Rubika's father, was precisely her uncle Martin Werner. The girl couldn't stand it. She ran up to the Duke and snatched the documents from his hands. After reading them, she learned that the interest rates specified in her father's contracts were too high. Moreover, the rate that was in the contract, her mother, Lady Rubika, which she received after the death of her husband, was definitely different in numbers. This meant that her guardians were committing fraud. There was a long silence. Each of those present thought about their own guardians. How to save your skins from prison Rubik. How to escape from his guardians, and the Duke. How to persuade a girl to marry him. After some time, the Duke concluded that the Werner spouses legally could not be Rubika's guardians. Then he turned to the girl and asked, looking into her eyes, if she wanted him to do something. Rubika knew for sure that the Duke did not tolerate injustice. So in any case, having revealed the crimes of her guardians, he would support the girl. So she stood up and asked her aunt and uncle to get out of her house. To say that the guardians were shocked is to say nothing. The uncle was silent, afraid to blurt out something else unnecessary, and the aunt began to be indignant. They spent a lot of money on her food, clothing, and accommodation. But the girl decided not to retreat. She firmly went to the end, so she reminded her vile relatives that a lot of jewelry and expensive dresses that they took from her could well cover the food of the knightly regiment. The girl also recalled that they live on her own father's estate, which was vilely taken away after his death, and then they forced her to work like an ordinary maid. Therefore, Rubika will also demand compensation. Realizing that they were in a hopeless situation, the relatives began to feel sorry for them. Irene Werner burst into tears, feigning deep hurt and disappointment. Calmly observing all this, the Duke invited the girl to apply to the royal court with these documents. If the Werner spouses are honest before the law, then they have nothing to fear. The house and all property will remain theirs. But the Werners understood perfectly well that if these papers got to the king, they would face expulsion from the kingdom at best, and death at worst. They appealed to the girl's mercy, asking her to remember that they were relatives. After listening to everything to the end, the Duke said that he would support Rubika in everything as his bride, and he will not report this incident to the king just because they are relatives of the girl. In the end, the contract with Rubika's parents turned out to be a fraud, and the girl's guardians turned out to be vile and hypocritical deceivers. The owner of the estate is legally his fiancée. Next, Edgar turned to his bride and asked what she was going to do with the title of Baroness. After all, after the wedding, which will take place soon, she will inherit her husband's title. That is, the girl will become a duchess. Consequently, if a girl regains the title of Baroness, then her uncle and aunt automatically lose it. And then Werner begged, this cannot be done because their son Isaac is studying at the academy. If he loses the title, he will be kicked out. The girl answered her uncle that if his son diligently studies science and does not miss classes, then in the future he will be able to earn a title from the king. But she knew this future and knew what would happen next. The girl knew very well that Isaac was in bad standing at the academy. He spends every day that his parents send him on, drinking and gambling. After some time, he will die of poverty. Then she turned to Edgar and clarified, will the disgraceful title of Baron Werner in any way affect the honor of the House of Claimer? But the Duke replied that his name would not suffer from this. Rubika thought for a while and then decided to do so in order to at least somehow take revenge on her relatives for her suffering. She said that she would work to have her uncle's title reduced to half baron. The uncle jumped to his feet from what he heard and began shouting right in Rubika's face, how dare she do this? He is her uncle, and her niece has no moral right to do this to him and his family. Rubika turned to Duke. She grew up on this estate, and there are many memories of her childhood and parents stored here. The house stores their warmth and energy. That's why she would like to come back here sometimes. Edgar replied that he understood the girl and did not mind her coming here from time to mentally rest and gain strength, and he gives her the 100,000 gold that the Werners should have received. But Rubika acted very wisely. She told the Werners that she would put 50,000 gold pieces in the bank. Her cousin Angela would be able to use them for training at the academy and nothing else. Angela objected. She considered herself not a smart enough girl. How can she study there? In addition, at the academy, the majority of students are boys. She will be mocked. Rubika replied that girls should also study and be educated, and not just sit at home and spend their husband's money. If her guardians had not spared money for her, she would have graduated from the academy with pleasure. Edgar confirmed that knowledge has no gender or titles. Therefore, Angela will be able to safely receive an education at the Royal Academy, and he will make sure that no one except Angela uses this money. The cunning guardians were waiting for the right moment to ask what the girl would do with the remaining 50,000. This is quite enough to buy them a new mansion and pay for their son's education. But when they heard that Rubika was not going to give her relatives a penny at all, they were extremely indignant. But why? Does she feel sorry for a few thousand for them? They spent so much effort on raising her. The girl ironically reminded that she was an orphan. Her uncle and aunt did not let her forget about it, reminding her every day that no one needed her, and she had to work to get a piece of bread. The Duke shared the girl's opinion. Edgar, in turn, said that he was also not going to help the Werner family, and he will take care of Rubik and become a real family husband and loyal friend for her. Uncle decided to come from the other side. He said that her wedding will take place soon, and he must pay the expenses for it. Therefore, the niece must give him the other half of the amount. But the girl calmly replied that the Werner family need not come to the celebration. The guests will understand everything because she is an orphan. Therefore, she is not expecting money for the wedding. The Duke's assistant, who had been silent all this time, told his master that he could arrange an ordinary wedding without pathos and hundreds of high-ranking guests. It will be better for everyone. The Duke supported the man's opinion and said that he would not object to a simple wedding. Tomorrow he is leaving for negotiations in the capital. He can take her with him, and they will arrange a ceremony right on the seashore. Relatives for whom money and pathos came first began to be indignant. How can you organize a holiday in 2 days? What about high-ranking guests? What would we do without them? And what will people think? The Duke didn't even listen to the nonsense that his bride's relatives were saying. He had his own plans for this. He asked the assistant if Karl knew of a ceremony site somewhere nearby. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that this man did not know. Charles said that there was St. Hugh's Church nearby on a large hill, not far from the Duke's residence. Everything can be arranged there. But Edgar didn't want to. He didn't have time to get to the church on the hill. He will do everything in 1 day. There is also a church on his property, and they will get married there, and guests will be greeted at his mansion. Then the young man approached Rubika and hugged her. He suggested that the guardians quickly leave his fiancée's estate. She was uncomfortable being around such people. The relatives began to openly cry and ask the Duke to give them more time to live on the estate. Now they have nowhere to go. They need to find a house, but there is simply no money. But Edgar did not make concessions. The guy was absolutely serious, telling the Werner family that their stay in this house was over today, and if they don't get out of here, he will bring the royal guards to help. Rubika asked the Duke for a few minutes of time so that she could pack her things before leaving. They are on top, but there are not many of them. They will fit in a suitcase. She will take several dresses and jewelry. When asked what jewelry she wanted to take with her, the girl showed cute ruby earrings that were left to her from her mother. She always carried them with her. But Edgar replied that they were too simple for the status of a duchess. Now she will have completely different jewelry and expensive outfits, embroidered with gold, which will only emphasize her magical beauty. Rubika understood that her life would change dramatically from today. This scared her a little. If these ruby earrings are too simple, then what kind of jewelry and what sizes do duchesses wear? It's good that she hid Armand's ring in the inner pocket of her dress. If the Duke had seen an ordinary ring made of broken blue stones, he would have ordered the Staces to throw it away. Even though Angela was quite young, she saw perfectly well that Rubika had no feelings for the young Duke at all. She could not say that Edgar had any loving feelings for her cousin. Maybe the Duke is right. Why does she need old things that will remind her of the hard days spent in this house? She asked Edgar to leave the estate as soon as possible. When they were already near the door, cousin Angela called out to her. The girl was very upset, but not because her deceiving parents were exposed, but because her beloved Rubika is leaving this house. Rubika stopped and tightly hugged the girl who ran up to her. Who will now take care of her beautiful fiery hair? The girl reminded her sister to comb them several times a day. Angela calmed down a little and said that she remembered everything that Rubika told her and would take good care of her hair. The girl asked not to forget her and come to visit more often. For some reason, the girl remembered the first time she styled Angela's hair. They were in poor condition because the cousin's mother was too lazy to care for them properly, and the girl was too young to do it herself. In the area, the girl was called confused Angela because no one before Rubika could cope with her unruly and very curly hair, and the cousin took it and showed that the youngest could have a wonderful hairstyle. It was Rubika who convinced the girl that her natural beauty was unique, as was the color of her lush curls. Therefore, Angela should not be ashamed of this, but on the contrary be proud of it. Farewell to Angela turned out to be the most difficult and dragged on. The Duke could not wait any longer. He had urgent business in the royal castle. so the man politely asked the girls to speed up a little. A second later, he already regretted being so rude to the girls. He told Angela that during the holidays, she could easily visit her cousin at his residence. But now it was time for them to leave. Then the man looked towards Rubika's guardians. He said that he did not want to see them on his lands. He's not happy about them, and if they dare to approach his house, the guards will drive them away. Angela already hated this arrogant and always calm man. She promised to save Rubika from his hands. To do this, you should study at the academy, become smart and famous. Within a few minutes, the young people left Rubika's house and headed to a strange carriage, more like a nice house, with all the amenities. The girl had no idea where they would go. Much to Rubika's surprise, the man was very attentive and kind to her. He asked her to rest a little, since it had been a terrible day, and he still has a couple of unfinished matters. Edgar walked to the table and got down to work. He read some documents, took notes, thought a lot. He seemed to notice nothing and no one around. This is what they called a handsome man at work. Rubika quickly got tired of just sitting and watching Edgar work, so the girl offered her help. She can read and write. But the guy politely refused. The Duke explained that these documents were too complex and confusing, so he could not entrust them to anyone, not even his assistant. But he is very grateful for his fiancée's proposal. There is nothing to do. Rubika wandered around the strange and huge carriage a little more and then went to her room. It looked like a palace, but the girl could not sleep. She couldn't cope with her thoughts. Maybe she's still in a dream. After all, this cannot happen in reality. She returned to her past, learned about the betrayal of her guardians, received an inheritance, and got married. And the latter is abnormal from any point of view. Why does the Duke want to marry her? She is a simple girl, and the title of Baroness will not help Edgar in any way, because he is a duke and the right hand of the king. And this man is also so rich that he handed over 100,000 gold pieces to her without much care. And this is a huge amount. You need to ask him to put the other half in the Ajakal Bank. It will not be destroyed in the future. If everything goes according to the same scenario, then in 4 years, a terrible war will begin. And this money can help save many people from hunger. But something is wrong here. In her future, she was not married. They agreed to divorce after 4 years, but this is a very long time. She can't wait that long. Therefore, we need to figure out a way to get the Duke to do this much earlier. There is one sure way. You just need to have a lover and appear with him in public places. Edgar is a public person. He will not tolerate people talking about him and his wife behind their back. She can also become a real despot mistress in his mansion. Rubika can scold servants, find fault with little things, and fire staff, but she won't do this because she herself was recently in the role of a servant. Several other methods also failed. Rubika even lost her mood. Is there really no way out? But stop. Isn't it because of money that most married couples have scandals and contentions? Exactly. She needs to try to be very wasteful, asking the Duke for money every day, every minute. She needs to become like her uncle and aunt. Then he will definitely stop loving her and let her go. All Rubika needs is to make the Duke bankrupt. In 4 years during the war, in any case, his money as well as all his property will disappear, so it will not harm him too much. All her life, she had to save every penny. Now is the time for luxury. She will become the most wasteful lady in the state and will be whispered about on every corner and subjected to universal criticism. She needs to behave so disgracefully that she will be discussed not only by the nobility, but even by the common people, and then perhaps she will be able to hasten the hour of parting with Duke Claimer. The next morning, she was awakened by bright sunlight in the windows. When Rubika opened her eyes, she saw an unfamiliar woman next to her. This was her personal maid. She said it was already noon, time to get up. For the first time in her life, the girl was allowed to sleep until lunchtime. For the first time, not she, but someone cared about her, and it felt damn good. The maid brought water for washing. She added rose and olive oil to it. Suddenly, the girl remembered her past life. In the dilapidated monastery, there was not even ordinary soap to wash clothes and wash hands. Now she uses water with expensive oils. Then Rubika complained to Arman that even the bandages could not be washed with ordinary water. They still remain gray and continue to smell bad. The man listened to her carefully and disappeared for several days. After a month of hard work in the laboratory, he again appeared at the monastery and handed the woman a block of something fragrant. When she unwrapped the package, she saw the soap that Armand had prepared for her. It was a small piece of ordinary cheap soap, but what a scent it gave off. Rubika had not smelled such fresh smells for a long time, and this man spent almost 2 months learning how to make soap for her. Arman asked the woman to see if his efforts would be beneficial, so she took the dirty clothes and went to the water to wash them. Much to the happiness of both, the soap foamed perfectly. Rubika looked first at the soap, then at Armand, and he smiled back at her, and then her heart skipped a beat. He made this soap for her because the woman needed it. The wonderful smile of this wonderful man will forever remain in her memory and will warm Rubika in difficult moments, and she will try at all costs to find her Armand. The quiet voice of the maid brought the girl out of distant memories. The maid suggested that her mistress did not like the smells of rose and olive, which is why she was so upset. But the young mistress reassured the maid, saying that the aromas were delicious. She was just a little lost in thought. Rubika never had servants. She herself served her uncle and aunt. Now she has a maid, Jenny. On the table, the girl noticed a silver tray with various beautiful jars. She asked what was in them. The maid replied that it was all cream. She simply doesn't know which one the hostess uses, so she brought all the ones she has. The girl was silent for a moment, and then hesitantly asked the maid if she could try them all. It's just that she hasn't used this kind of product before, and she's very interested. A few minutes later, 2 girls were sitting at a small table and looking at jars of creams. Jenny talked about each of them and their effects on the skin. Only now, Rubika realized how great it is to live in luxury. She has a personal maid who is now giving her hand massage, and 1 jar of cream costs as much as her entire previous wardrobe. Rubika was surprised that Jenny, seeing her for the first time, was able to accurately determine which skin cream was perfect for her. The maid became embarrassed and said that she had a lot of experience. The young mistress was the first to appreciate the maid's abilities. She thanked Rubika for her kind words and said that she would go to the dressing room to find the perfect outfit for her. Rubika asked the girl not to worry and wanted to go to the dressing room herself. She wondered what outfits were stored there, and when Jenny opened the door for her, she froze. Never in her life had she seen such beauty. All dresses were embroidered with precious stones, gold and silver, and there were so many decorations that it was simply dizzying. On long nights when she couldn't sleep, she dreamed of everything going back, so that Dad and Mom are alive, so that they love and protect her, so that she has a calm life. The maid was very sorry for the young mistress because she had to endure so much. Therefore, she suggested trying on as many outfits as possible to choose the most suitable one. Jenny remembered the words of the older mistress that all servants must unquestioningly carry out the wishes and orders of the young mistress, so she tried to please Rubika as best she could. Then the maid began to examine the dresses and find out which color would suit the young housewife best. In addition, you need to choose accessories to match your outfit. And after a while, she asked to stop the carriage. When the carriage stopped, Jenny called the rest of the servants into the mistress's dressing room and asked the girls to help with the fitting. There were 10 dresses here, so you need to hurry. Now Rubika was even more surprised because no one had ever helped her get dressed. Her outfits might not have been as elaborate as those expensive dresses, but she felt a little awkward. But Jenny calmed her down and said that helping her mistress in such matters is the direct responsibility of all the staff of this mansion. Therefore, everything is in order. She will help you rely on them in any matter. And within a minute, something unimaginable began to happen. In the dressing room, some girls took measurements, Others combed Rubika's hair, and others picked out shoes. The process was pleasant and exciting. It didn't take long for Rubika to appear before them in all her glory. The girl realized that she was in the hands of real professionals. They chose a magical image for her that she couldn't take her eyes off. Rubika had never seen such beauty and such reverent attitude towards herself before. Even Jenny admired the work done. Her young mistress looks incredible, and the Duke's reaction will be accordingly. The girl called one of the maids over and asked what kind of flowers were embroidered on her dress. She replied that these were pomegranate petals, which symbolized wealth and fertility. But this was just the first dress I tried on. It was, of course, beautiful, but Rubika knew for sure that pink didn't really suit her. That's why I asked to try on blue. The blue outfit was beautiful, but it was too simple for the future Duchess. Therefore, Rubika asked for a luxurious dress in a discreet cream color. She knew she would look perfect in it. The maids surrounded their young mistress and began to admire her image. Immediately advice poured in on hairstyles and hairstyling suitable accessories, shoes, and other things. The residence of Duke Claimer has been waiting for its new young mistress for a long time. It was difficult to call it a residence. It was a real palace, no worse than the king's. The carriage drove right up to the main entrance, and Rubika went down. She looked flawless and attracted absolutely everyone's attention. But it's impossible to say that the girl felt comfortable. The entire staff of the estate came out to meet the girl. Assistant Carl was also there. He was smiling and in a great mood. The man began to introduce the new mistress to the residents of the residence. This was all very good, but Rubika did not observe Duke Claimer. Carl said that Edgar is now in the royal palace at the meeting and will return home tomorrow at sunset. Much to Carl's surprise, the young Duchess was not at all upset that she arrived at the residence without her husband. On the contrary, the girl felt great, smiled at everyone, and got to know everyone personally. A pleasant middle-aged woman appeared on the threshold. She introduced herself. It was the maid Anne. The woman will be her personal assistant and part-time maid at the residence. Then the acquaintance began with the entire staff. It turned out that Rubika would have personal designers, chefs, teachers, and other assistants. The girl didn't understand why this was all because she could cope quite well on her own. Anne was very impressed by the beauty and charm of the young Duchess. She immediately liked the girl. She was modest, but at the same time confident, and this was her main feature that captivated her. Then the maid turned to the staff and introduced the girl. She said that Rubika Werner would very soon become the wife of Mr. Edgar, and accordingly the future Duchess. Her orders and wishes must be carried out unquestioningly. The servant bowed to the young mistress, as if ordered. The young maid said that they would try and do everything to please their mistress. Kubika simply thanked everyone and was in complete shock. After the maid introduced the girl to all the staff, she took her aside and asked if she was tired from the summer trip. They spent the whole night in the carriage. The lady must have wanted to rest a little in her room. Anne led the young Duchess inside the estate. Once inside, the girl simply opened her mouth in surprise and delight. Wealth, beauty, and aesthetics reigned here. She had never been to such luxurious houses before. On the way to the room, Anne also said that these were not all the workers of the residence. Just the girl's wardrobe will be handled by as many as 5 seamstresses. They all have a lot of experience. Wow! Ruining the Duke is not so easy. If she has 5 seamstresses, then how many people work in his kitchen, in the stable, in the garden? He spares no expense on all this beauty and pomposity. The woman carefully observed the girl's behavior and mood. So far, she was satisfied with everything Edgar chose. A good wife for himself. She is not greedy for money and wealth, and her simplicity is so sincere. And Anne also felt the warmth and lightness that Rubika radiated. She truly was a bright person, and perhaps this sweet girl will give Duke Claimer his smile back. While Rubika was studying Edgar's residence, he himself was in the king's palace, where a meeting was being held. The dukes were shocked by the news of the young man's wedding. Claimer was bombarded with questions. Everyone had heard the name Werner, but few knew Rubika's father personally, let alone his daughter. Some remembered that he went bankrupt and died. But Edgar had an ace up his sleeve. He gave an ultimatum. If he does not marry Rubika Werner, then he will never marry again, and his relative Joseph will be the heir to the Claimer house. The men began to be indignant. How is this possible? Joseph is a man who doesn't even belong to Edgar's bloodline. He's just a distant relative of his mother. Rumor has it that he suffers from dementia. Those present understood that if Duke Claimer did not marry, he would not have heirs, and his relative Joseph would be able to quickly take over his title. One of the influential men objected that Rubika was an ordinary girl and did not deserve Duke Claimer's attention. She grew up in a poor family. She is not only young, but she has no dowry. But Edgar asked everyone present to look at him and think whether he needed a bride with a dowry, if he himself was able to buy half the kingdom. In addition, there is one fact. He loves this girl. After weighing the pros and cons a little more, the company came to the conclusion that it was impossible to interfere with real feelings and allowed Duke Claimer to marry his beloved Rubika Werner. Everyone decided that real and bright feelings should be encouraged. In addition, Edgar is an adult and intelligent man who always makes the right decisions, who do not harm either the family or the kingdom. Meanwhile, Anne continued to give a tour of the mansion. The woman showed Rubika her room at the same time, thinking that the young gentleman made the right choice by offering his hand and heart to Rubika. The girl's room looked truly luxurious. Everything here shone with gold, expensive decor, and design solutions. She even opened her mouth with delight. I wonder if there are rooms more beautiful than this one. Then they went to the dressing room. And this was the next shock for Rubika. There was so much clothing here that half the city's inhabitants could be dressed, and all this belonged to the young lady. The maid continued to talk about the outfits. There were about 100 nightgowns alone, and also separate dresses for walks, for receiving guests, for dinners, for tea parties. It was even difficult to remember. Rubika was slightly shocked by everything she saw. So this is what life is like for duchesses. It is not at all easy to follow all these rules of etiquette and nuances in behavior. She will have a lot to learn. Anne reassured the girl, saying that over time she would get used to this way of life. In addition, Rubika will have many servants who will always come to the rescue. Therefore, there is no need to worry. Finally, Rubika was left alone with herself. You can truly surrender to your feelings. Her life has changed, and it seems for the better. Therefore, there is no reason to be sad. She has the most beautiful room in the world. The Duke treats her well, and he is also smart, well-mannered, and very handsome. Perhaps she will be able to get used to this high society and its peculiarities. When Anne went downstairs, Carl, the Duke's assistant, was already waiting for her. He said that Mr. Claimer had ordered urgent preparations for the wedding celebration, which would take place tomorrow. But how can you organize a wedding in one day? The Duke wants the impossible. After all, he is not a simple artisan, but the right hand of the king. Therefore, the holiday should correspond to his position. Carl said that everything has already been decided. Edgar is not going to invite guests. Only 2 witnesses will be present. The wedding will take place in the nearest Hugh temple. There will only be a festive dinner at the mansion. Anne was very angry. She felt sorry for the poor girl. After all, a wedding happens once in a lifetime, and this girl deserves to make her holiday the brightest and most unforgettable. She needs to prepare Rubika. But Carl said that Rubika is aware of such a scenario, and she fully supports her fiancé in this. The girl is very modest and is not used to so much attention from the outside. The maid almost burst into tears. Well, how is that possible? This girl is still very young, and she should not have agreed to marry the Duke so quickly. Rubika accepts everything that is offered to her, but why be in such a hurry? And then it dawned on the woman. If they love each other and decided to get married so quickly, then there is a serious explanation for this. Probably the reason is that Rubika is expecting a child. How come Anne didn't think of this before? It's so obvious. They are young, they have love and passion. As a result, Rubika could become pregnant. Now everything is falling into place. Then you need to gather all the servants, cooks, maids, and discuss preparations for tomorrow's event. Since the newlyweds do not want publicity, then there is a good reason for this, and they should all comply. But we must not let even Carl know that the girl is expecting a child. Since Mr. Edgar doesn't say this out loud, it means he doesn't want anyone to know about this news yet. He's at that young age where he thinks it's cool to be cold, so he thinks a regular simple wedding is the best option. But he's still a child, and for her, it will remain until retirement. Carl hinted to the woman that Edgar had long since grown up. He is a high-ranking person in the kingdom, so you shouldn't treat him like a boy. But Emma did not agree. She raised him from the cradle. The maid's task was not to let the girl think that they were treating her too coldly and distantly. Rubika must understand that the wedding will take place in this format only because of the rush. Having become Duchess of Claymore, she will often attend various events, and in particular, the weddings of various viscountesses and baronesses. And then she will understand that her own wedding was very simple. Therefore, Carl and Anne must do everything possible to make Edgar Clymer's wedding, even in this format, look unsurpassed. The chefs will prepare a variety of delicacies, and a dove will fly out of the cake. Next, you need to call the tailors, so that by the evening they will sew beautiful new curtains for the windows, as well as tablecloths for the dining table. Everything should be in the same colors and styles. But that's not all. The main item at a wedding is, of course, the bride's wedding dress, and you need to work on this carefully. Rubika's outfit must be impeccable and shine so that it can be seen from a kilometer away. Carl understood perfectly well that Rubika's wedding dress would be the most difficult task in this pre-wedding turmoil. The Duke's tuxedo is just a piece of cake compared to his bride's outfit. And then the real turmoil began. Anne ran to the dressmakers and even forgot to knock on the door. She entered their workshop and, without even saying hello, said that Mr. Clymer was getting married tomorrow. Absolutely no one expected such news, and each of the workers understood perfectly well what it meant. And this meant that today they would not only have time to sleep, but would not even have time to drink water. Everyone was interested in whether the bride had a wedding dress, because if you don't have it, then it's almost impossible to sew the perfect outfit overnight. But there was no dress. Rubika suggested choosing anyone from the existing wardrobe. But how is this possible? The bride's dress is almost her reputation. How can you take anything from your wardrobe? She is Duke Claymer's fiancée. How can she choose an ordinary outfit for such an event? Anne explained that for this reason, she ran to the seamstresses to think together and decide how in one night to prepare for the future Duchess a wedding dress that even the Queen did not have. The head seamstress replied that sewing would not be a problem. The catch is different. You need a design. You need to select fabrics, threads, stones, and embroidery. They don't know what the young mistress prefers and what suits her best. Without Rubika, they couldn't solve anything. After all, she will stand under the aisle in this outfit, so you need to invite a designer and go to the young lady to discuss and clarify all the details. The head dressmaker agreed. It's okay that the wedding will be simple and unostentatious, but this has nothing to do with the bride's dress. The girl should be irresistible and remember this day for the rest of her life. Anne told the workers that their new mistress could not be allowed to look bad at the wedding. You need to ask the lady what she wants, and they will do everything to make her look perfect. Even if they are not as creative as their kingdom's most famous designers, there is nothing they cannot do for their lord and his lady. Therefore, the women immediately went to Milady. Rubika was in her room at this time and admired every element of the decor. Everything was done perfectly and tastefully. It was clear that the workers put a lot of effort into ensuring the result was perfect. Suddenly, there was a knock on the girl's room. The voice of her maid Anne was heard outside the door. The woman asked to come in, but she was not alone. For some reason, the guests were excited. The maid, entering the room, immediately noticed that the girl was covering her stomach with a pillow. This gave her the idea that her new mistress was definitely expecting a child. Anne introduced the head seamstress, Rose. She in turn bowed and said that by tomorrow morning they had to sew a delightful wedding dress for the lady. So she came to clarify all the nuances. Rubika did not expect that so much attention would be paid to her image. Therefore, she simply answered that she would wear something beautiful from her wardrobe. She and Edgar have already discussed this. It was clear from the women that they were incredibly upset. How is this? Does the lady not want to shine and attract all the attention of the guests? She is a bride and must be very beautiful. Then her wedding will be discussed for a long time. Rose said that the wedding dress of the future lady is a matter of her honor, and she, as the head seamstress of the Claimer house, cannot allow the Duke's bride to look bad. Not a single soul in the kingdom has dared to say that Rose is a bad dressmaker. Therefore, let Rubika have no doubt she will definitely look better than any queen. This is what Rose promises her. The girl was slightly surprised. How can you sew a wedding dress in just one evening? In addition, they probably have other tasks for the wedding. For her, the outfit is not so important. But the Rose replied that they could handle it. There are 5 skilled seamstresses in the mansion who will work all night and sew the wedding dress of her dreams. The girls can only draw a sketch. Suddenly, Rubika felt very sad. A wedding is of course good, but she marries a man she doesn't love. Therefore, there is absolutely nothing that she really wants. But the girls did not want to offend these kind women. So she left the couch and led them into the dressing room to roughly show them the dress she wanted for her wedding. Rubika went to one of the closets and took out a beautiful scarlet dress. It was embroidered with gold threads, and the neckline was decorated with a beautiful brooch with a large moonstone. Rubika showed the dress to the women and asked them to modernize it a little. It was necessary to shorten the sleeves, take away the embroidery, and add some modern elements. This makes it perfect for a wedding. Rose thought about it. It would probably be easier to sew a new dress from scratch. But she didn't want to contradict the young mistress, so in her head, she was already thinking about how she could change this outfit beyond recognition. Gold embroidery is no longer in fashion. Floral patterns are popular now, but they are not suitable for girls. The Eastern style suits her more, so they use Egyptian embroidery. This will be perfect. I drew an image in my head. The main thing was that the dressmaker smiled, and her mood improved significantly. She assured the girl that the dress would be ready by morning, and the bride would be absolutely delighted. Rubika herself understood perfectly well that the pattern on this dress did not suit her, but the woman stopped her and said that she had already come up with a new one, and now she would quickly draw it. It was clear that the main dressmaker was a true professional in her field. On a regular piece of paper using a window sill instead of a table, in 5 minutes, she drew an image in which she sees the lady at tomorrow's wedding. A few minutes later, the woman presented her sketch to the future duchess. And it was truly amazing. Once again, the girl was convinced that only true professionals served Duke Claimer. Anne confirmed that Rose could do no wrong. All her works are very worthy. Elegant silk shine and embroidery in the original Oriental style on clothes will look very good. Rubika liked what she saw in the drawing. Rose was truly a master of her craft. What she liked even more was that women wouldn't have to sit up all night working on a new dress. The seamstress bowed and headed towards the door. She decided not to waste another minute and get to work. The woman promised that the dress would be ready in a few hours, and Rubika would be able to try it on. If Rubika thought that they would leave her alone now, then it was a mistake. Anne came up to her and reminded her that this was not all. You need to choose jewelry to match your outfit, as well as shoes, accessories, and hairstyle. And why did the girl always think that a wedding was pleasant, beautiful, and easy? It turned out that this is not at all the case. Preparing for the celebration takes a lot of time and effort, especially if you are fabulously rich. Evening was slowly falling on the ducal residence. Rubika thought that it wasn't so bad here without Edgar around. She can quite come to terms with everything. But why are the eyes constantly looking for this man? All the servants had already gone to their rooms. The girl was also getting ready for bed when confident and measured steps were heard in the corridor. The owner of the residence, Duke Edgar Clymer, was returning home. Even as he walked, he gave some instructions to the servants, who immediately ran up to him, greeting him and smiling. It was clear that the Duke was puzzled by something. He still had an appointment. Edgar asked if everything was calm at home, and having heard a positive answer wearily said that he only had 1 hour before the meeting. He would like to be alone for a while and rest from the road. Finally, he managed to be alone for a little while, alone with his thoughts. He really wanted to see Rubika. Edgar managed to miss the girl, but the calm did not last long. The door opened quietly. Clymer turned his head. "What's happened?" He asked the assistant not to let anyone in to see him. Why didn't they listen to him? To his surprise, a young girl unfamiliar to him appeared on the threshold. The next second, the stranger rushed to hug the Duke. He was in real shock and didn't even know how to behave in this case. What is she? How did she get here? And what exactly does she need? The girl began to actively tell something, snuggling closer and closer to the Duke. And it got to the point where he just picked her up and pushed her away. He wasn't going to let strangers hang around his neck. Clymer asked the stranger if she was afraid to be alone with a strange man at such a late time. After all, she doesn't know anything about him. Maybe he will take advantage of her defenselessness. Much to the Duke's surprise, the girl opened her eyes wide and asked very seriously when they would get married. Now Edgar was completely confused and even more surprised. What is she even talking about? At one point, the girl's face changed dramatically, and she began to cry, saying that Edgar Clymer had tarnished her reputation, and now he must take her as his wife. It cannot be otherwise because he is an honest man. This situation began to openly infuriate Edgar. Who is she? And why is she talking such nonsense? He reminded the girl that he was seeing her for the first time, that he had not met her before, much less touched her. The girl confidently said that her name was Helena Leopold, and the Duke thought that she was behaving so boorishly, precisely because she was a member of the influential family of the Marquis Leopold. This impudent girl began to ask him to remember how they danced at the New Year's ball in the royal palace, how the Duke told her how beautiful she was. He must remember this. Clymer remembered how at last year's ball he was not in the mood, and the king, deciding to cheer him up, ordered him to go and dance. He could not refuse His Majesty, and invited the first one who stood closer to him. The girl said that that evening, the Duke took her heart, and now undoubtedly must ask her to marry him. But the man said that he did not intend to take her heart away, and did not intend to marry her. The guest turned out to be very persistent and overly talkative. She was aware that Edgar was having a wedding with the Baron's daughter tomorrow, but it is not fitting for a man like him to marry such a laughingstock. Such words completely angered the Duke, and he lost all decency. Forgetting about the tone, he replied that the girl has no right to get involved in his personal life, especially to give him advice that he does not need. Helena persistently proved that she was better than Rubika. She can give the Duke everything, and she also has a huge inheritance. She is in excellent health, and they will be able to give birth to healthy children. This stupid, impudent woman said that she was even ready to forgive him for his infidelities because he was a duke and could do what he saw fit. Therefore, Edgar will be simple and very easy with her. She will not bother him. How the Duke did not ask the girl to come to her senses and calm down, but she continued. Helena is even ready to ask the king for special permission for their wedding. After all, the Duke has tarnished her reputation, so the wedding is inevitable. Edgar couldn't listen to this nonsense anymore, so he just started laughing. Not only did he not disgrace or tarnish her, he didn't even remember her name, so let him stop talking nonsense and leave. But then something began that Edgar did not expect at all. The girl began to undress in front of him. This was already crossing absolutely all boundaries, so the Duke shouted at her and asked her to stop immediately. The girl looked pitifully into the man's eyes and begged him to give her a drop of memories. The whole point is that in a week she will be married off to an old and nasty count. It turns out that Helena really loves the Duke, so she asks for just one night to have at least a drop of pleasant moments. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here. The Duke is obliged to help her in this matter. Edgar gestured to Stefan's assistant. He approached quietly from behind and threw a thick scarf over the girl's head. She tried to break free for some time, but the guy safely took her out of the room. Without missing a second, Clymer ordered the Marquise Leopold to be called to him. What kind of fiction is this, and what does his daughter allow herself to do? This situation needs to be sorted out immediately, preferably before the morning. The man appeared immediately. He already understood what had happened and explained that this was her daughter's last wish. He loves her very much but cannot refuse his daughter's alliance with the Count. Edgar asked the man to take his daughter home. This behavior is completely unacceptable, but the poor father said that the girl was really in love with the Duke and asked to see him. Helena's father was also not right in the head because he did not lag behind and asked Clymer to kiss his daughter one last time. This will be a gift to her. The Duke suggested out loud that the man, like his daughter, had gone mad, but the Baron shouted and called the young man insensitive and cold-blooded. He asks for just one kiss for his daughter. Edgar could no longer tolerate this strange family, so he nodded to Stefan again, and the guy politely but assertively asked the guests to leave the Duke's house. The man tried to stop, but nothing happened. The mood dropped to zero. How can you give your own daughter in marriage to an old count just for the sake of a title and money? This is disgusting. But they did the same with his bride, giving her into the hands of Edgar. Fortunately, he is not old. But this Helena is not like his Rubik. Leopold's daughter is stupid and unprincipled. She is ready to do anything to get the Duke for herself. She is even ready to tolerate his infidelities. This is complete nonsense. Edgar went out onto the balcony and decided to breathe a little in the cool evening air. When will this day end? He has a wedding tomorrow. He needs to rest. It would be great to see Rubika now. He thinks about her constantly. The morning at Duke Clymer's residence began with general pre-wedding excitement. Fortunately, the weather was beautiful. The bright rays of the sun foreshadowed a good day. The wedding was supposed to take place today. Anne had been leading Rubika along the long corridors since early morning. They have already chosen accessories and thought through the hairstyle. It was still a long time before lunch, but the girl was already tired. The women stopped at the arch, and Rubika felt someone's gaze on her. Turning around, she saw that a guard was standing not far from her and looking at her. It was Lord Stephen, the chief of the guard. The young man's face did not express any emotions other than confidence and calm. He introduced himself and said that he had met Lady Rubika at the house of her guardians, the Werners. Anne was surprised by Stefan's appearance at the Duke's house. This man is always next to Edgar. Why did he leave his master now? But Stefan said that he had an urgent mission from his master. The young guy looked Rubika straight in the eyes, and it seems that the girl read his thoughts, which were addressed specifically to her. Surely he thought that the young lady was turning over an escape plan in her head. The girl also did not look away. She tried with all her appearance to show the head of security that she was not afraid of him, but she understood perfectly well that this man would become her shadow and would watch her every step. It's clear that the guy doesn't trust her. After all, at their first meeting, she ran away from her guardian's estate, trying to be unnoticed by anyone. But Stefan saw her, and then everything is already known. Rubika bowed to the young man and decided not to glare at him anymore. She reminded the maid that they still had a lot of unfinished business, and the wedding was already this evening. They needed to hurry. Of course, today or tomorrow, she will not run away. She must become the official wife of the Duke. This has already been decided, but no one knows how everything will go further. Perhaps an opportunity will arise, and she will run away. Suddenly, Rubika became thoughtful. Everyone is trying to make her look her best at the ceremony. But why not make sure that the wedding venue is decorated appropriately? The head maid liked this wonderful idea. Why hadn't it occurred to her before? This girl cares not only about her appearance, but also about the place where the ceremony will be held. Anne said that only 5 people would be present at the celebration. But this should not upset the future Duchess. Even for these people, everything must be prepared to the highest standard. But Rubika suggested that Edgar might not like this idea. After all, these are unnecessary expenses, but he doesn't share this because he's a man and doesn't understand that not only the bride, but everything around her should be beautiful. The maid thought for a moment and frowned. Oh, these men! But nothing they will do as they see fit in this situation. And Duke Claimer won't stop them, just not now. There will be very few guests, so the ceremony space will be small. Rubika suggested decorating it with beautiful white flowers. They will add greatness to the holiday. You also need a lot of candles. Anne presented this picture, and she was delighted that the girl had impeccable aesthetic taste. At the end of the day, the soft light of candles will make the bride's dress even more airy and fabulous. Then, Rubika suggested that after the wedding ceremony, all the flowers and candles should be given to the guests. She read somewhere about such a tradition, and the girl thought it was very nice, and those present will be very pleased. The maid thought that it would be beautiful, and that everyone would remember the wedding of the Duke, and his young wife Anne also thought that in their residence there had not been a person with such a kind heart like Rubika's for a long time. But Rubika seemed to be in earnest. She said that it would be a good idea to bake a lot of cookies in the shape of the bride and groom, as well as in the shape of the Duke's residence, and distribute them to everyone living in the area. Finally, after long and painstaking preparations, the time came for the wedding. Everything in Duke Claimer's residence sparkled with cleanliness, and a festive mood was in the air. Rubika was sitting in her room. She was already in her wedding dress with flawless makeup and beautiful hair. Everyone was waiting for the Duke to appear. His suit was also red, but a little darker. Anne saw that the girl was a little worried. A barely noticeable trembling ran through her. Therefore, the woman decided to calm her down. She looked at Rubika tenderly and with a smile, and said that she would always be there at arm's length. Everything was ready. All that remained was to wait for the groom, and Rubika decided to do it in the living room. That way, she won't miss his appearance. She wanted to quickly finish with this holiday, which she did not need at all. The maid said that everything was prepared, exactly as the young mistress asked. Indeed, the living room was sparkling. Vases of white flowers were placed around, and the pale light from the candles gave a romantic atmosphere. Everything was perfect except for one small problem. The Duke was absent. He was late for his own wedding. But Anne said that this was not surprising at all. He decides government affairs. Finally, a noise was heard near the residence. The maid looked out the window and sighed with relief. Finally, the hero of the occasion himself arrived. The Duke's carriage had already stopped at the main entrance. It seemed that Edgar's own wedding was one of the planned working moments. There was no joy or happy smile on his face from the upcoming holiday. He was, as always, serious. In a calm voice, he asked the assistant where his bride was, and if she was ready for the ceremony. He replied that Rubika had been waiting for him for a long time, not forgetting to hint that she looked irresistible. There was no point in waiting any longer. The priest was already waiting in the hall to perform the ceremony. Therefore, Edgar asked to be taken to the bride. Carl silently led the man to the door and calmly opened it. Duke Claimer was not sentimental and simply did not react to such romantic things. This conflicted with his way of life. But now the man simply froze for a second. He didn't expect this. It was so beautiful inside that Claimer could not help but express his admiration. There were many beautiful white flowers around, and the light from the candles gave them an incredible reddish tint. Even if the room looks so stunning, he is afraid to imagine how beautiful his bride is. And the young man began to carefully look for his future wife. Yes, he was not mistaken. Rubika looked absolutely amazing. No queen could compare in beauty with his bride. The red dress embroidered with intricate embroidery in Oriental style attracted the attention of those present. How beautiful she was! He looked and admired. I was jealous of myself. But despite all this dazzling aesthetic, Her eyes did not sparkle with happiness. They were filled with tears. In the first seconds, the Duke simply froze in place. But then he had a wild desire to protect this fragile girl from all adversity. He came closer and extended his hand to her. Rubika's fingers trembled slightly. She seemed a little worried. Or maybe that's how it really was. After all, they've only known each other for 3 days. And of course, just 3 days ago, she didn't even think about marrying anyone. The idea of holding the ceremony in a very close circle of those present seemed wonderful to the Duke. It was comfortable. He did not feel hundreds of prying eyes on him, only the closest ones. Edgar never knew how to give compliments. Maybe because he's never done anything like this. He's used to being the one who's always being praised. So he simply told his fiancée that she looked good. Even the priest was delighted with the beauty of this couple. They were perfect for each other. According to tradition, he gave parting words to the newlyweds and asked them to support each other in both sorrow and joy. The girl closed her eyes for a moment and felt an unpleasant tingling in the area of her heart. She is a deceiver, and at these moments betrays her. Armand marrying a complete stranger to her. Now in front of witnesses, she will have to take a wedding vow and promise to love this person. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw how Edgar was worried. He looked at her, trying to figure out what Rubika was thinking about. The priest continued to talk about something, probably about important things about love, about fidelity, about support, and so on. But in the end, he still asked the main question: does she swear true love for Edgar before God? The longest moment of silence came. It seemed as if Rubika was silent for an eternity before giving her answer to the priest. The guests began to whisper, and the girl finally answered. She replied that she promised to love him. The next question was addressed to Duke Claimer. Is he ready to give his heart to Rubika and love her all his life? It was necessary to answer. All the guests were waiting for this answer. Rubika looked at her future husband and also thought that she considered him a deceiver. He will now answer that he vows to love her, but this is not at all true. She is not his lover, it's just some kind of deal. Then the situation became even more stupid. The priest said that it was time to seal their vows with a kiss as proof of their love before the Almighty. Nothing personal, just a custom. Of course, and how could Rubika forget about it? All the guests were probably waiting for their kiss. Maybe they came here only to look at this stupid picture of their mutual shame. Edgar turned his whole body to the girl and looked into her big, frightened eyes. She was not prepared for such a turn of events, so she closed her eyes tightly so as not to see his face so close to hers. Rubika understood that all these were formalities. She was not unpleasant because the Duke was a very handsome man, and she had seen his face many times. So why is she so scared now? The next moment she felt the Duke's warm and tender lips on hers. Then everything swam before her eyes, and Rubika completely surrendered to the moment. Edgar did not push, was not rude. He was pleasant. Rubika knew very well that this kind of kissing should not last too long. She was at such ceremonies, so why does the Duke continue to kiss her and doesn't even think about letting her out of his arms? Anne, as promised, was at arm's length, and at that moment the woman became more and more convinced that these two young people were really head over heels in love with each other. Finally, this pleasant torment ended. Everyone around began to smile and clap. Looking sideways at Edgar, the girl noticed that the guy was embarrassed. But why? After all, she should be the one blushing. They kissed so beautifully and passionately that even the priest was embarrassed. He said that the wedding ceremony was completed and blessed the newlyweds, wishing them many years of happiness. Edgar also tried to secretly glance at his wife. She looked either angry or dissatisfied with something, and he could not understand her mood. When the man kissed her, the girl seemed to like everything. The original plan for the celebration was to ride in a carriage down the street after the wedding ceremony to the enthusiastic screams of the townspeople. But this would make the guests at the mansion wait too long. But the Duke did not particularly want to be greeted by crowds of townspeople. He doesn't need it at all. Therefore, he asked Carl that people be offered appropriate compensation instead of such a spectacle. Carl expected such a turn of events, so he said that the young lady had already taken care of this. She ordered candles, flowers, and specially prepared cookies to be shared with the people as part of the wedding. Clymer was seriously surprised. Wow, his wife thought of everything. But perhaps she does this because she also does not want unnecessary publicity. She doesn't marry for love at all. The girl saw perfectly well the Duke's reaction to this turn of events and smiled imperceptibly. She managed to surprise this indestructible man, and he was really shocked how she managed to prepare everything. Carl and Anne also seemed pleased with this outcome. The townspeople will appreciate the newlyweds' act because they understand perfectly well that their Duke does not like mass holidays. In the evening, when the last guest left the residence, the newlyweds also set off, using the Duke's miracle crew. The girl did not know where exactly they were going. Rubica involuntarily concluded that Duke Clymer spends most of his life in this strange carriage, which is more like a smaller version of his residence. The girl tried to act calm and confident, but it seemed like she wasn't doing a good job. Even a glass of champagne did not help relieve the tension that seemed material and was in the air. Edgar was also tense. He looked at his now wife, but he couldn't concentrate on his thoughts. The Duke was not feeling well. Already at the ceremony, he felt uneasy, but he did not attach any importance to it. He seemed to have a high fever. Cold champagne also did not help the situation. He was getting worse and worse every minute, but the girl did not notice this. Rubica decided to break up the silence and angrily asked why there was a circus with a kiss at the wedding ceremony. A modest kiss on the cheek would be enough, but the Duke thought differently. He asked if she was uncomfortable. At that moment, it seemed to him that the girl liked his touch. Her lips are so sweet and so tender. Besides, she didn't pull away, and that means something. In the end, he said that he simply fulfilled the priest's request. After all, the Holy Scripture says that a couple who gets married must seal their bond with a kiss. What's the problem? But Rubica objected. You could kiss her less passionately and calm down your ardor a little. Now everyone will only talk about their kiss, and she doesn't want that at all. Why create gossip through your own actions? The Duke decided to ease the tension and just laugh it off. He said the priest was talking about a kiss, not just a peck on the bride's cheek. So why is she indignant? This is a tradition. The girl was not satisfied with this answer from the Duke, so she was silent for a while. Then she replied that they probably just had a different interpretation of the Holy Book. That's why it turned out that way. The Duke's next question simply stunned the girl, and this time she didn't know exactly what to answer to this man. He wondered if he could also kiss her in the future. Edgar himself did not expect that he would ask such a question. It was a little rude of him. We should apologize to the girl for such behavior. It's probably a cold, or the effects of alcohol. He tried to smile. Although this was given to him with great difficulty, the young Duke said that it would be very good if everyone around, including the king, thought that they were madly in love with each other. Duke Clymer decided not to hide from the girl that his close relatives are not very good people. They are a little harsh in their statements. Therefore, at first, the girl will be despised because of her family. As it turned out, he worries about his young wife and wants to protect her from all sorts of gossip and hurtful words. Therefore, if they pretend to be in love, then unpleasant situations can be avoided. Recently, the girl lived during the war, and she was far from having any time for pretentious speeches. She is used to asking everything directly. So she asked a question. Why does the Duke still talk to her like a subordinate? If he wants to create the impression of a loving husband, then he should not talk to her in such a tone and look down on her. Usually people who love and respect each other behave this way. Edgar felt worse every minute, and Rubica's constant reproaches and insults only worsened the situation. He asked not to call him Mr. Duke all the time, because his name is Edgar. The girl, of course, objected. How can she call him by name if His Excellency does not respect her at all? For some reason, he treats her like a person from the very bottom. But the Duke objected. He said that this is his style of communication, and he also talks to the Crown Prince and even the King. But the guy thought to himself that his wife was not as simple as she seemed at first glance. Therefore, the guy does not see anything wrong in communicating with his wife in such a tone. But she can speak to him as an equal, he would be pleased. And maybe he also changed in communication. The girl was silent for a minute, and then finally said that she agreed to call him by his name. From now on, she will speak to him freely, and always, only what she thinks. This will greatly simplify their mutual understanding. Edgar did not expect such an answer. Even the Crown Prince does not dare to talk to him in a free tone, and the employees of the royal palace are afraid to even raise their heads in his presence. And this girl decided to communicate freely. But the girl continued to argue her opinion. From now on, she is his official wife. Therefore, she has the right to tell the Duke everything straight to his face. After all, husband and wife are always equal in relationships. While the newlyweds were quarreling and could not come to a common decision, the attendant shouted that they had arrived at the place. The Duke thought that the road passed too quietly and quickly. It turned out that the young people had arrived at the Duke's house. They left the carriage, and Edgar gently took the girl's hand. A lot of people gathered near his house to greet the new married couple. Everyone looked at the young couple with great admiration. Edgar and Rubika really looked very beautiful. It seemed that everyone present here wished the young people happiness and longevity. On the threshold of the estate, Duke Claimer and his wife were met by a full staff of servants. Anne stood in front and smiled broadly at the newlyweds. The woman seemed quite happy with the situation. Rubika saw that Edgar was still confused. Therefore, the girl decided to support her husband, extended her hand to him, and asked him to come into the house together. She didn't want the extra attention of the crowd. In fact, she saw that the Duke also wanted to avoid unnecessary glances and questions. He also looked really strange. His usual pomposity and self-confidence had disappeared somewhere. So now it's best for him to rest. Duke Claimer was truly grateful to his wife. To hide from prying eyes and be a little quiet, this is really what he needs now. He also noticed that Rubika had a beautiful smile. No matter how cool and calm Duke Claimer tried to appear deep down, he admitted to himself that he felt warm and comfortable next to this girl. It feels real. None of those present in the house had ever seen in their lives that someone could just take their master by the hand and tell him what to do. This happened here for the first time, and it couldn't help but rejoice. Perhaps this girl will be able to positively influence the character of their Duke. Maybe she can soften his serious disposition. She really has a very good influence on Edgar, and next to her, he becomes a real darling. A little time passed, and all the guests were invited to a festive dinner. The Duke and his wife sat at the head of the table, and here Rubika made everyone surprised by asking his husband to give her the pepper. It was clear that Edgar was in real confusion. He hesitated whether to obey the girl, but finally gave in and reached for the pepper shaker. He is at the mercy of this girl. A minute later, trying not to attract too much attention, the guy leaned down to Rubika's ear and whispered something that was a little too much. No one allows anyone to treat the Duke like that. The girl showed extreme surprise on her face and said that she didn't understand what was going on. It seems to her that she behaves quite decently. Perhaps Edgar also needs pepper. The Duke shook his head and then said that they urgently needed to talk in private without a single witness. Rubika didn't seem to mind at all. She must at least obey her husband in some way. Soon, Rubika became bored. She was not used to this kind of social dinner. Therefore, the girl began to carefully examine the guests. At least something to do during these boring gatherings. One of those present looked like a scientist. A large frilly hat covered his head, but in reality she was just covering the man's bald head, and it looked funny. Then the girl noticed that there were many knights in the hall. They were a pleasure to watch. The guys are young, fit, and wonderfully mannered. and their costumes are a separate matter of admiration. At this point, the Duke noticed that his young wife was openly staring at the young military men. This situation became unpleasant to him, and the Duke made a small remark to Rubika. But the girl was offended by his words. She noticed that these knights were all servants of the Claimer family. She's just trying to remember each guy's face, and the Duke is just jealous. Edgar tried to explain to the girl that from the outside, it looks completely ugly, and guests may think that his wife is not well-mannered and behaves too cheekily in the presence of her husband. What happened next was even worse. Suddenly, Rubika asked the maid to give her another glass of champagne. She reminded her that the girl had already drunk too, and this could harm her health. And as Anne thought the health of the child, but Rubika did not let up. She said that one more glass would not harm her, and also offered to bring another glass for her husband. It wouldn't hurt for him to relax a little and enjoy the holiday. The maid and the owner of the house seemed to be having a silent conversation. The woman's whole appearance indicated that she understood that the master was jealous of his wife. The Duke tried to protest and prove that he didn't care. Rubika turned her attention to the other side of the festive table. The relatives living in the Duke's mansion were sitting there. These people were distinguished from other guests by their pretentious behavior and chic clothes. One very modest girl caught her attention. The guest's outfit did not suit today's holiday at all, and Rubika madly wanted to give this girl a stylish and beautiful hairstyle. She needs to get to know this girl as quickly as possible at all costs. Well, how to do this? Approach in person. Ask the maid or Edgar himself to introduce them. She immediately discarded the idea with Edgar. Knowing her husband's bad character and excessive arrogance, she decided that he could ruin everything. It's better to act on your own. And the man, as luck would have it, openly looked into her eyes and constantly smiled somehow sweetly. And it was his beautiful smile that was frankly confusing. Now he looked very charming. But for some reason this made Rubika angry. Why is he looking at her? Why does he smile when he looks at a country girl like her? She doesn't love him. She rather hates him. Edgar must be prohibited from approaching this girl. Tomorrow members of the Duke's family will come to greet his young wife. This will be a great chance to meet a new relative. Within an hour, everything in the estate was quiet. The servants went about their business. The guests left the house and went their separate ways. Evening came, and Rubika thought that the day was finally over and she could get some rest. Anne quietly knocked on the girl's room. The woman was calm and in a good mood. She assumed that Rubika was very tired during the day and offered to fill the bath for her. Anne took a long time to decide to ask, but still decided to find out why the young mistress was talking to his lordship so informally. It looked a little strange, and everyone noticed this behavior of the lady. As it turns out, there is a whole guide on how to behave with people who bear the title of Duke. It states that a wife should treat her husband with respect in order to strengthen his authority in society. Rubika looked at the maid strangely. She did not understand this opinion. She was convinced that nothing could undermine her husband's authority, and she needs to try really hard to do it. She reminded the woman that their Bible book Who states that husband and wife have equal rights, and regardless of the wife's status, she should not be inferior to him and should always address him with respect. Rubika added that their Who Bible also states that a wife has every right to call her husband whatever she pleases. The husband can do the same. Therefore, she does not see any problems in this. The maid decided not to argue anymore. After all, she is just a servant, so she can only occasionally give advice or recommendations, and then do it very respectfully. The woman said she was going to prepare a bath. The girl understood that Anne only wanted the best for her, and probably she is really sure that Rubika is head over heels in love with Edgar. But that didn't bother her much. It's better to let him think so. Having locked herself in the bathroom from the inside, the girl sighed heavily. Finally, she could be alone with her thoughts. For a little while, Rubika took Armand's ring from her inner pocket. It was inconvenient to wear jewelry with me all the time, so the girl decided to put it in a box and hide it in her desk. It will be better this way. No one will be able to see him, and she will avoid unnecessary questions. Something tugged Rubika, and she went out into the corridor. It was quiet all around. The girl looked at the door opposite. This was Duke Claimer's room. She really wanted to see what was inside. Therefore, the young lady quietly took hold of the handle and opened the door. The next second, she was stunned by beauty. Everything inside was so aesthetically thought out that it was simply breathtaking. On tiptoe, very quietly, she entered the room and began to examine the situation. Everything here suited the Duke's style and lifestyle very well. The perfectionism here is just off the charts. She was so carried away by looking at the situation that she completely forgot that she was on foreign territory. Of course, the girl did not hear anyone come inside. Only then did a question come from behind. Edgar stood on the opposite side of the room and looked at the girl with a barely noticeable smile. The guy asked what she was doing on his territory. Rubika answered in confusion that it was just interesting to see how he lived. In order not to look completely stupid, Rubika continued. She said that she was interested in designer furniture and where the Duke ordered it. What kind of master makes such masterpieces from mahogany? The Duke began to think out loud. He decided that Rubika was interested in such information solely for the reason that her father was a merchant. It's probably in the girl's blood. It seems that such words offended his young wife very much because a bitter smile appeared on her face. He probably acted rudely remembering her late parents. It became very uncomfortable. The guy didn't know how to relieve such tension. He began to take off his wedding jacket. The room was a little hot, or he himself had a fever, but it didn't matter. The important thing was that Rubika started to get really hysterical. She widened her eyes and nervously asked what he was doing. But the Duke did not see anything shameful in such a gesture and simply replied that he was going to take a bath. For a second, the girl forgot that she was not in her room, but in her husband's room. And he can do whatever he wants here. She herself established the rules about separation. Edgar looked at the girl and still asked for forgiveness. He wasn't even used to undressing on his own. Therefore, he simply did not know where to put his jacket. The butler always put it away. The girl decided to correct the unpleasant situation and help the man. She pointed to a closet where she could hang outerwear and then brought out a soft bathrobe and towels for the Duke. Rubika further explained that clothes should be placed in the dirty laundry basket or neatly folded in the bathroom. Then the servants will deal with her. Edgar looked like a small helpless child. The situation began to amuse her. Can't people as famous, rich, and powerful as Duke Claimer figure out simple things? Interestingly, he knows how to turn on the water and regulate its temperature. The guy was even a little embarrassed. He understood perfectly well that the girl was mocking him kindly, but did not know how to correct his situation. Therefore, he simply ironically said that he knew what soap and shampoo were. In order not to be embarrassed anymore, and not to embarrass her newly made husband, Rubika decided to go to her room. She quickly said goodbye to Edgar, wished him good night, and quickly went home. This day was very long and eventful. Only the girl realized how tired she was. All these events exhausted her greatly, and the best solution now was to get a good night's sleep. But as luck would have it, sleep didn't come at all, and she was welling up and couldn't get the last meeting with Edgar in his room out of her head. She knew that everything looked very stupid, but nothing could be changed. The girl remembered her past life, namely life in a monastery during the war. Then she had to sleep, sitting, and wherever she had to. She had so much work that there was no time for everyone in the sun. But then the woman did not complain. That was the time. Even during the war, she tried to take care of the flowers and vegetable garden near the monastery. Very often, Rubika treated the residents to delicious and juicy strawberries, which she grew with her own hands. One morning, the woman picked the ripest strawberries and decided to take them to Armand. He really liked these berries, but when she saw the man, Rubika realized that something had happened. There was no face on it. As it turned out, after some time, they both had the same terrible dream. They understood that this could not be just an ordinary coincidence. After all, such coincidences do not happen. Something terrible Suddenly, the man came close to Rubika and hugged her tightly. The woman thought that he was behaving quite strangely. Droplets of tears shone in his eyes, but he never explained his behavior. Rubika directly felt Armand's embrace on her body. It seemed that this was all for real. Suddenly, the girl suddenly opened her eyes and realized that someone was really hugging her, and that someone was Edgar. Without thinking for a long time, Rubrika pushed the man on the shoulder with all her strength and jumped out of bed. What does this impudent fellow allow himself to do? How dare he sneak into her bed and even hug her? The Duke almost fell out of bed in surprise and grabbed his back. The blow was strong enough that Edgar began to be indignant. Why did it hurt so much? After all, she is a lady and not some kind of bandit. The man began to be indignant out loud. What this crazy person allows herself to do. If you don't like something, you can simply say about it and resolve the situation peacefully. Why fight and create a scandal? Rubik's body is simply bursting with anger. Does he still dare to be indignant? He, the one who came to her room in the middle of the night without warning and even allowed himself to hug. The guy finally decided to apologize. He said that he came to check if she was okay, but the girl was sleeping so soundly that he did not dare to wake her and simply lay down next to her. He hugged her accidentally and didn't want to scare her at all. And it was absolutely true. The man looked at the sleeping girl and he madly wanted to lie down next to her. The bed is big enough, so he lay down on the edge, and then everything happened somehow by itself. In fact, Edgar mostly lied to the girls. He desperately wanted to spend this night in her arms, but he couldn't break the agreement, so he decided to just lie nearby. That's it. He didn't understand at all what was happening to him. Being next to Rubika, he became a completely different person. The Duke caught himself thinking that he was simply unable to refuse this girl. Absolutely nothing. This is probably the effect of magic or the remnants of a curse. The simplicity and spontaneity of this girl was very captivating. She was also extraordinarily beautiful. Looking at his wife, he did not regret one bit that he had broken the agreement at the wedding and kissed her. Rubika looked even cuter in her sleep. She had a pretty smile on her face, and the aroma of her beautiful fluffy hair was simply driving me crazy. It seemed that such a picture could be admired forever. Edgar remembered how he held her waist during the kiss, and she was so fragile and vulnerable that I wanted to protect this girl from the whole world. Every time he held her warm hands, he felt absolutely happy. Suddenly, he wanted to feel that warmth again. I wonder if she will wake up if he takes her hand. Her skin smelled of flowers and oriental oil, and the smell was simply intoxicating. The girl did not wake up from the touch. The Duke held her warm hand in his for a little longer, and then absolutely consciously decided to hug his wife. In the end, she is fast asleep and will not understand anything. He was so close to the girl that he could hear her calm breathing. She pressed herself against the man's body and muttered something unintelligible in her sleep. She must have been cold. And at that moment, Edgar hugged the sleepy Rubika even tighter to himself. She needs to be warmed up so that his wife's sleep is calm and comfortable. He must take care of her as best as he can. The girls even breathing warm blankets and calm atmosphere led to the fact that the Duke also fell asleep within a few minutes, and it seems that this was the sweetest dream of his life. And then Rubika woke up, and here is another stupid situation in the last 24 hours. Now Edgar will have to come up with something in order to somehow justify his behavior in her bed. He again stupidly asked for forgiveness and said that he didn't feel it when he fell asleep. He was probably cold. So he moved closer to the rubric and then unconsciously hugged her. Rubika looked at the man carefully. He still continued to sit on her bed. Therefore, the girl calmly and politely asked Edgar to leave her room and finally go to her own bedroom. Yes, that's right. They agreed that they would sleep in different rooms. This is her room. His room is opposite his, and they don't have to sleep in the same bed. Like newlyweds. It seemed that Edgar became a little sad. He was silent for a minute, then looked pleadingly at the girl and said that there was no bed at all in his room. This is his office. This information unsettled Rubika. How can this even be? Why didn't anyone warn her about this in the first place? Okay, then she's very curious. Where did the Duke sleep until today? It seems this stupid situation is starting to piss Edgar off. He exhaled noisily and explained that, until that time, he had slept in Rubika's room, because the Duchess's room is the Duke's bedroom. God, such an idiotic story could only happen to her. But why can't she rest peacefully, even at night? Probably in the evening it was necessary to discuss everything again with the Duke. But she can't throw her husband out the door and let him sleep in the living room. What will the servants think? That's why Rubika allowed the Duke to sleep in her bed today. In the morning, she will ask to put a bed in his room. But Edgar completely upset her. It turns out that by order of the first Duke, the couple must sleep in the same bedroom. You can't put a second bed in the Duke's room. This is considered a violation of family law. Curse! What a strange family she ended up in. What kind of stupid laws and traditions are these? How can you observe traditions that are thousands of years old? Who invented them, and why? Edgar asked the girl not to worry so much and calm down. He does not resist the will of his ancestors, but he will definitely keep the word that he gave in their agreement. He's not going to bother her anymore. Rubika snorted and glared at the man. If he thinks that she will believe the man who secretly hugged her while she slept, then Edgar is deeply mistaken. She's not that naive. So that the girl would not be afraid, the Duke explained that this was the first night, so he had no choice but to spend it here. Starting tomorrow he will go to the office, break room in the evening, and spend the night there. Well, the problem has been resolved. Rubika calmed down a little and even began to smile. It was necessary to agree on everything from the beginning. Then this ridiculous situation would not have arisen. They climbed back into bed to get some more sleep before morning. The Duke reminded that the girl only needs to be patient with him for 5 months, and then she has the right to do absolutely whatever she wants. Rubika calmed the man down and said he wasn't particularly worried. All the servants in the house naively believe that they are madly in love with each other, so there's nothing to worry about at all. But Edgar did not let up, and he wondered why the girl, Mila, and all the servants, but she treated him very rudely. Rubika replied that everyone in this house except Edgar respects her. She is respectful to those who treat her with respect and show their kindness. She will treat Edgar the same way he does, mocking and condemning at every opportunity. Edgar decided to warn the girl that at all social events, he would be forced to hold her hand and kiss her on the forehead or cheek. It simply won't work out any other way, because she is, after all, his official wife. The girl understood perfectly well that she would not be able to convince the man otherwise. He is a duke, and in public he must behave appropriately. That is, demonstrate that he loves and respects his wife. Then the man asked if Rubika would allow him to hug her. After all, this is logical. He is her husband and should hug his wife. This is how it is supposed to be in society and in normal relationships. But the girl was adamant. She reminded Edgar that they married under forced circumstances, and she didn't ask to be taken as his wife. And why did he propose to her anyway? Edgar thought for a minute, then replied that someday he would tell the girl the true reason for their wedding. And if superficially, he just wanted a reliable person next to him who would support him, welcome him at home, and hug him when he met. Either the girl really wanted to sleep, or she was just tired of Edgar's conversations. But she gave up. Rubika allowed me to hug her when they met, like good friends. Do but no more. A smile appeared on the Duke's face, and he breathed a sigh of relief. There was a moment of silence, and after a while, Edgar realized that the girl had fallen asleep again. He did not dare to wake her up again. Deciding that now he could play the role of a friend, the guy gently hugged the girl again, and also fell asleep peacefully, so that in the morning at the beginning of a new day, he could greet and hug her again. The morning began with Edgar sitting on the bed and tenderly watching the sleeping Rubika. How beautiful she is. Any other man wouldn't stop at a simple hug, but a contract is a contract, and he will not break it. Edgar stood up and sat down on the bed. And again, this is a terrible sharp pain. He stopped feeling his legs and simply fell to the ground. Fortunately, Rubika was fast asleep and didn't hear anything. You need to do something quickly so that the girl does not notice him and learn the terrible secret. How he hoped that after the wedding, everything would change for the better and the curse would disappear. There was a quiet knock on the door, and Carl appeared on the threshold, pushing a stroller in front of him. The man, with bitterness in his eyes, saw how his master was suffering and tried with all his might to help. The butler carefully helped the man up from the floor and placed him in the stroller. It was clear that Edgar's legs were paralyzed. As expected, the wedding did not help remove the curse from his master, and that's what he hoped for. Edgar said that, unlike the butler, he does not lose hope. He will still fight for his happiness. Who else but Carl and Anne should know that their master is very stubborn? The butler asked the Duke not to worry. Nobody will know about this case. Everyone sleeps soundly, thanks to the sleeping pills and the drinks, prepared for the wedding feast. The butler does an excellent job of keeping Edgar's secret. Having calmed down a little, the Duke asked the butler to take him along the corridor of the mansion. He had never woken up this early in the morning, so it was strange for him to listen to absolute silence. Then Carl took him to his office. He also brought breakfast here, so that the man would not be distracted from work, even by eating. While Edgar was working, no one could enter his office. This is what the butler ordered. The only people who knew Duke Claimer's secret were the king and his faithful butler, Charles. Not a single soul had any idea about Edgar's problem. He wanted so much and tried diligently to change the curse. The butler carefully laid out all the necessary documents on the man's desk, and Edgar got to work. This helped him take his mind off bad thoughts every time. But today Rubik was on his mind. The Duke, after thinking a little slowly, opened the drawer of his desk and took out a velvet box. The blue ring suddenly disappeared, and in its place, a piece of paper with an inscription appeared. Rubika Werner. It was her. Now Edgar recalled that all the tragedies in his life began exactly 3 years and 3 days ago. He worked at the most prestigious academy and achieved unimaginable results. Absolutely all the academy professors admired the young scientist. No student could achieve such results in just 3 years. Edgar wrote a perfect dissertation and became famous in scientific circles. The young Duke was admired not only by scientists, but also by all the ladies of the royal palace, where he was invited to serve. And his own mother could not get enough of the success of her beloved son. One day he saw his mother in the garden. Mr. Cedric was hovering around her. He was an extremely arrogant and nasty person. He took the woman by the hand, and it was clear that she was completely unpleasant. The woman asked to let her go, but the man didn't even want to listen. Edgar decided to intervene and put this impudent man in his place. It seems Cedric was scared and said that he only greeted the Duchess, nothing more, but he still continued to hold the woman's hand. The guy hugged his mother and looked at the man menacingly. The Duke reminded that no decent greeting lasts almost 3 minutes, for now politely, he asked Cedric to leave his mother alone. The man began to hastily apologize and mutter something under his breath. He simply had no other choice. But Edgar respectfully hinted that he should ask for forgiveness, not from him, but from his mother. His mother was a very attractive and influential woman. In addition, her high title constantly attracted the attention of frivolous suitors who were hunting for power and money. Therefore, Edgar was always on the alert. The woman's son was often on the road, so Lady Claimer was happy every minute spent with her beloved son. Now he was also going on an urgent business trip, and she wished him a safe journey. Mom heard the news that Edgar had won the Dissertation of the Year award. Even his father had not yet received such an award. It seemed that his son would be the first, and she congratulated him with all her heart. No matter how much the Duke loved his father, he knew very well that his dad would definitely not like this news. The eldest Duke cannot accept that his son has become better than him and is attracting more attention. The mother tried to calm the guy down. How can he think that about his own dad? Of course, the eldest Duke will be incredibly happy with his son's success, and it cannot be. and the woman hurries to convey this news to her husband. The woman once again reminded Edgar that she loved him madly and would miss him very much, waiting for the next meeting. She asked not to forget that there is a lot of lies and cruelty in the world, so he always needs to be careful. Her boy was incredibly handsome, also smart and very rich. Millions of girls would dream of getting married with him, and you need to be vigilant so as not to fall for the bait of some deceiver. The woman asked to remember that the excessive beauty of girls sometimes becomes a monstrous poison, and many people in this world are not able to distinguish ordinary lust from love. The world is full of meanness and deceit, and such girls will be encountered at every turn. Will her son be able to meet someone who will truly, truly love him? She would like this so much. Edgar hastened to reassure his mother she met Dad, and he will meet the same person on his way. External beauty is not the main thing for him. He has completely different standards. An hour later, they were already in the palace of Duke Claimer. They were met at the door by a servant, to whom their mother immediately told them that Edgar had received the prize of the year for his scientific dissertation. Maid Anne immediately hugged the young man and congratulated him on his incredible success. She raised this boy and rightfully considered him her son. Therefore, the woman sincerely rejoiced at all the successes of the young duke. The elder duke was not at home. The maid said that Mr. Claimer's research had reached a dead end, and he had gone to work at the Court Hill Villa so that no one would disturb him. A quiet place is ideal for concentration. The woman had a great idea. He and his son will immediately go to the villa and surprise Dad. He will be glad to see his son and will rejoice even more at his success. The villa was very beautiful. This environment really helped me to work calmly and concentratedly. There was not a soul around. Only the singing of birds and the noise of the trees in the garden could be heard. On the threshold, the Duchess and her son were met by the butler, Carl. For some reason it seemed to Edgar that the man was worried about something. He had not at all expected the visit of the lady and the young duke. First of all, Edgar's mother asked the butler where her husband was and what he was doing. Carl replied that the gentleman had gone for a walk in the garden. He invited the woman and the guy to go into the living room. This situation looked at least strange. The woman asked Carl why he was taking her into the living room and not straight into the garden where her husband was. She came to see him. There was an uncomfortable pause. The man was marking time all the time and did not know what to answer the lady. In panic, he even began to stutter and could not formulate his thoughts normally. Suddenly, Edgar noticed that a woman's coat was hanging on a hanger next to the front door. It clearly didn't belong to his mother. The guy immediately understood everything. He had to act. In some commanding tone, he asked his mother to go to his father's room. Carl stood in such a way that the woman would not see someone else's clothes on the hanger. It was necessary to save the situation and not let the lady guess about her husband's mistress. His beloved mother, a sweet, honest, delightful woman, became a victim of vile deception on the part of her own husband. How could he not have guessed earlier that his father was cheating on his wife? A minute later, the Duchess was already standing at the door to her husband's room. Until now, she could not even imagine what she would see behind the door. But Edgar specifically sent her there to expose the deception. The door quietly opened, and the Duchess's gaze was presented with a disgusting picture. Her beloved husband was sitting on the bed, in only a robe, and tenderly hugging some young girl. How Duke Claimer's face was distorted when on the threshold of his room, he saw his own wife. Why did Carl miss her? The mean butler did not keep his promise. At first, Edgar thought that his mother would go into real hysterics. But to his surprise, the woman behaved absolutely calmly, which cannot be said about a young and frightened mistress. The Duchess asked her husband in a cold tone not to pretend and not to try to hide his betrayal. It's just funny. The woman directly asked if her husband loved this girl. Real fear settled in the man's eyes. I broke out in a cold sweat. He began to make excuses that he was not interested in this girl. On the contrary, It was Sophie who fell madly in love with him and began to pursue him. Then there were tales that the only woman the Duke idolizes is his wife. He simply felt sorry for young Sophie. She clung to him so much, and if he had not hugged her, the girl would have killed herself. And then something happened that the young man did not expect at all. It turned out that his mother was quite good at magic. In the next minutes, the traitorous husband and his mistress were already lying dead in the middle of the room. The woman called on higher powers and killed the deceivers. But within a month, the woman brought a curse on her son to her husband. Now he won't be able to walk in daylight. Sunlight will take away his strength and paralyze his legs. The young man experienced the power of the curse on the same day. He just suddenly couldn't feel his legs and fell to the floor. He had absolutely no idea what to do with all this. His mother disappeared somewhere, and the nanny told him that the blood of a nymph flowed in him. She couldn't do it any other way. If the curse is not lifted, then paralysis will gradually begin to rise through the body. And when it reaches the heart, the guy will die. But the woman will give him a chance. It won't bring back immortality, but it will still help with the curse. At that moment, she handed the young Duke a neat ring with a beautiful blue stone. When his life comes to an end, let him put on this ring and say his name. Then he can go back in time. Edgar asked how he could remove this curse, but I didn't hear any recommendations in response. The woman said that he must find a way to solve the problem on his own. The woman also asked not to forget that his curse and blessing are on the same sheet. This is very important. She believes in him because Edgar has never been weak in his life. For some reason right now, he remembered the curse. Probably because now, more than ever, he wanted to be normal and calmly walk around his house without fear of being seen so vulnerable. For the first time, the Duke expressed his thoughts out loud that he seemed unable to overcome the curse. He will be the last of the Claymore line. With his words, he scared the butler terribly. Carl asked that Edgar not even allow such thoughts. He believes that the young man will definitely find a way to break the vicious circle. The gentleman has a ring from a nymph. This is what needs to be used. Edgar knew for sure that Carl would never leave him for anything. Yes, he served his father and knew about all his dirty deeds, but the man had no other choice. Now he will give everything to put the young Duke on his feet. It was as if he were reading the butler's thoughts. He said that he would never do anything in his life that could put the guy in danger. You can rely on him. And the young master knows this very well. Edgar understood that from childhood, he was raised as the heir to the all-powerful Duke of Claymore, and his responsibility is now to bear this burden. But no one asked if the guy wanted it. All research and development of weapons is carried out under the leadership of Duke Claymore, and this gives incredible profits to the state. Therefore, he cannot just retire and give up everything. The work of many people depends on it. The kingdom makes up for the food shortage through the export of military weapons, and the only person responsible for this task is him. To break away from bad thoughts, Edgar asked the butler to take him to the garden. But that didn't help either. He remembered his mother's words, that there is a lot of meanness and evil in the world, among which he must recognize true love. Then 10 years ago, he firmly decided that he would never marry and would never become like his father. This is not his way. He doesn't want to look for true love. He has no intention of ever falling in love. But his father was not always a vile deceiver. He probably loved Edgar after all. The guy recalled his happy childhood. Dad often played with him, read books to him, and never hurt him. Edgar remembered that his father told him that he would always love him. And the boy doesn't have to be perfect. He just has to be himself and not change his principles. And the traitor told him this. The times when the young Duke felt at least some relief from his father's words are long gone and have lost all meaning. Now all that remains is pain and hatred, black blind hatred. For many years, Edgar searched for a way to get rid of the curse, but it was all in vain. There was not a single clue left. Despite his intelligence, money, and influence, no one could help the guy except himself. Time passed. The paralysis did not recede, but 3 years later, it appeared. The Duke called it a sign. Instead of a ring with a blue stone, a piece of paper appeared in a secret box. There was a woman's name written there. But the strangest thing was that the note was written in Edgar's own handwriting. How can this be? And who is Rubika Werner? Could this mysterious girl be the key to solving the curse? This piece of paper was definitely from his future life. But unfortunately, he remembered absolutely nothing from those times. This girl is definitely a clue. He left from the future. Meanwhile, Rubika had just woken up and hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. The girl felt cheerful and rested, despite the night's adventures. The maid had already prepared water for her to wash. Of course, conversations from the servants could not be avoided. They whispered in the corners, trying to wash the bones of the newlyweds and gossip about their wedding night. How stupid and ugly this is. The head maid also kept up and hinted to the girl that it would be worth taking a bath after such intimacy with the Duke. At the same time, the woman smiled mysteriously and was a little embarrassed. This behavior of the servants simply infuriated Rubika. She decided to stop this kind of talk behind her back once and for all. Therefore, she said loudly that nothing happened that night. Fortunately, on the way, the girl met a butler. Well, at least this man wasn't making fun of her. He was serious. As always, Rubika asked where she could find her husband. It turned out that Edgar works in an office. Rubika was about to turn around to head towards the Duke, but Carl stopped her. The young master does not allow anyone except the butler into the office while he is working. He gets very irritated when he is distracted. She was very surprised. Rubika is his wife, so why can't he give her a few minutes of his time? This is somehow ugly of him, but Carl was as always adamant. The girl noticed that the butler had a tray with some kind of drink in his hands. As it turned out later, this was a special tea for His Excellency. Edgar doesn't drink coffee in the morning, only this tea. This seemed like great news to Rubika. She can independently prepare such a drink for the Duke in the morning and take it to his office. This way, she will have something to do and a chance to see her husband. But Carl did not let up. The man said that the cooking recipe is quite complex and requires precise adherence to all proportions. Therefore, he cannot entrust Rubika with such an important task. It seemed to the girl that she had pressed some kind of magic button, so the man did not stop talking. In 10 minutes, she already knew absolutely everything about this drink, and that was enough for her. The only useful information was that this drink helps Edgar with headaches, which, by the way, happens to the Duke very often. For some reason, she felt very sorry for her poor husband. She wanted to see the Duke even more, to look into his beautiful eyes, to hear his pleasant, calm voice. But the butler said that Edgar would finish work only in the evening. There was nothing to do. I had to accept it. But still, Rubika asked Carl to say hello to the Duke and remind him that a headache cannot be ignored. Walking in the fresh air is a good remedy for this disease. The butler also had one request. Since close relatives are supposed to come today to greet the new Duchess, could she control herself and treat the Duke with respect in front of them? In private, they can call each other whatever they want. It's none of his business, but in front of strangers, she must adhere to the established rules. Rubika is now a duchess, and a lot of her behavior must change. As befits Duchess Claimer, she needs to behave according to etiquette. In front of servants and other subordinates, if she called him that, people might think wrong. The girl did not want to argue with this nice man. He just loves and respects his young master very much. That's why he worries. She promised to behave decently and not provoke rumors. Then it's time for greetings. People gathered at the residence. But as it turned out, no one was going to congratulate her. The visitors each came with their own problems and began to tell them to Rubika. Some complained that the iron in the Saros Mountains was rich in impurities and quickly rusted. If this continues, this will affect the condition of the tools, which will rust faster. Rubika's head was simply melting from an overabundance of unnecessary information. She tried to listen and be polite to everyone, but it seems she wasn't very good at it. She was frankly tired. Then the couple began advertising their shovels. And then the girl realized that it was important for these people to earn money in any way. It doesn't matter that the Duchess doesn't use a shovel. They are just traders. These guests were so annoying and exhausted the girl so much that she had to ask the maid for help. She quickly kicked the traders out the door, citing the lady's busy schedule. If Edgar receives visitors in such numbers, then he is a truly strong man with nerves of steel. Rubica felt like a lemon and didn't want to see anyone else in the coming months. Anne decided to cheer up the girl and said that she copes very well with visitors. The last guest remains. She needs to meet Cesar. And for today, perhaps that's enough visits. Mr. Cesar is a distant relative of the Claimer family. This man is quite strange, but looking at how the lady dealt with previous visitors, there shouldn't be any problems. Rubica gathered her strength and asked Anne to call this strange gentleman. She will endure this final torture. The door opened, and Mr. Cesar himself, appeared on the threshold. The man really looked very strange, and was not like all the previous ones. In his hands, he held some notes and a rose flower which he immediately handed to the young Duchess. Well, finally, at least some respect for the Lady Rubica. Asked the maid to put the flower in a vase of water. Then she was going to listen carefully to this guest. This gentleman's behavior was indeed a little surprising. He was not afraid of anything and did not care about etiquette. Caesar knelt in front of the girl and immediately got down to business. He asked the Duchess to invest in growing flowers. Then the visitor handed Rubica some sheets of paper. As it turned out, these were sketches of roses. But the buds were unusual. They attracted attention with their atypical shades. He promised to produce buds with multicolored petals or change the shape of the buds. But after looking at the business plan, the girl said that all this would cost the state very much. There are projects that are more necessary. Caesar begged. He understood that investing money in weapons development was a more profitable topic for the country. But sometimes it's worth investing in beauty. He won't believe that his lady didn't like his flowers. Rubica once again carefully looked at the man's notes, then was silent for a while and voiced her decision. She will invest in this development. The project is expensive, but it's worth it. She saw a real happy smile appear on the guest's face. It was clear that his cherished dream had come true, and he was literally ready to kiss the feet of the young Duchess Claimer. The maid Anne, who witnessed this conversation, on the contrary, lost her mood. Why does Rubica do this? The duchy should not invest so much money in growing flowers. The man was even slightly offended. He was afraid that the woman would be able to convince Rubica. He objected. Roses are not at all useless. They will make a splash among aesthetic connoisseurs. In addition, the first rose will be named after the lady. Anne protested further. She accused the man of thinking everything through in advance and coming not to the master, but to his kind wife, who was unable to refuse Cesar because the flowers were really beautiful. Rubica understood that her husband was investing a lot of money in scientific developments, to which roses were completely irrelevant. But she decided that the man would grow flowers to decorate the garden. And this will be a contribution to the development of the economy. I thanked the Duchess with all my heart. Finally, his requests were heard. He had already lost hope, but if everything worked out, he would fill Duke Claimer's garden with beautiful roses. The maid could not calm down. She was used to Edgar constantly refusing this man. Why did Cesar make such a deep impression on Madame? Next, the girl asked the maid to bring her documents about the estate's budget. Indeed, there was not that much money, and all of it was intended for a whole year. But she must come up with something to make Duke Claimer's residence the best in the country. It would be great if a man grew new varieties of roses before summer. Caesar promised that he would fulfill the lady's wishes, if only she would give him a chance to prove that her investments would be profitable. The maid continued to try to reason with her mistress. She explained that in their country, people were not used to decorating their gardens with flowers. This is done using stones. Therefore, these investments are not profitable in advance. Rubica decided to object. They will not focus solely on their own country. In neighboring countries, residents happily grow flowers to decorate their estates. You just need to think bigger. Caesar supported Miss Rubica roses are plants that are easy to export. His roses will be worth as much as precious items. He will be able to increase the profit from the Duke's investments by 80%. Anne replied that she understood the lady's desire to have the most beautiful garden in the country. But this is a rather serious decision, and without the consent of the Duke, they cannot invest money in growing flowers. But Rubica and Caesar were already in full swing discussing a business plan. You can grow not only roses, full of other beautiful plant species. Their shape and color will change depending on the soil and temperature. All Rubica needs to do is fund the research. Suddenly, the maid remembered the times when Duke Edgar was very young. The child loved to walk in the garden between the bushes of blooming roses. Now she was sure that the gentleman would support his wife's decision. Anne looked at the girl again. Her eyes sparkled, and it was clear that Rubica really wanted to get into this business. Maybe it's not so bad. Flowers suit this girl very well. Finally, all the meetings for today are over. The Duchess went to her room to get some rest. Despite her fatigue, she was in a great mood, thanks to her last guest. She and Cesar will create a wonderful garden. Being a duchess is not that easy. She has a lot to do. You need to hire 2 more tailors, decide on the design of your room, and next week, prepare photo portraits from your wedding. And just a day ago, she didn't know what to do with herself. It turned out that Duke Claimer has too many relatives, and he must provide all of them with work and at least some income. Her husband is responsible for many people, and this is very difficult. Rubica realized that she couldn't be alone in the room, so she will be devoured by her own bad thoughts. So the girl got up and decided to change the situation. She didn't even have time to walk around the entire estate. It was so big. First of all, the girl went to the kitchen to talk with the head cook. The day before, she asked him to make cake and ice cream. Now I came to check if her order is ready. It seemed that the head cook was slightly out of sorts. He didn't understand why the lady needed a birthday cake and ice cream on an ordinary weekday. Such dishes are prepared only for special events. The man continued to complain. Confectionery products require a lot of time to prepare. In addition, the ingredients for them are very expensive. He sees no particular reason for such waste. Rubica thought a little. Her long-time plan begins to work. She tirelessly spends her husband's money for no apparent reason. But she is a duchess, and no one except Edgar can say a word to her. To calm the angry cook a little, the girl came up with a reason for the holiday, and accordingly, delicious delicacies. She smiled and said that today was the first day of her married life with the Duke. Why not celebrate it? The man had no arguments to refuse the Duchess. And who is he to tell the gentleman and his wife what to eat and on what day let them celebrate? The girl continued to fool the man's brains. She said that on the first day God created the earth, and to celebrate it, people eat bread with milk and honey, but they simply replace these products with cake. The cook listened to the young duchess. It seems he simply admired her intelligence. It turns out that the lady honors traditions and knows the ancient laws of their holy book. But from the outside, you can't tell that she is such a deep person. In the end, the man apologized for the fact that his knowledge in this area was too limited. Now he will know that such a day in the life of a couple in love should always be celebrated. In the end, the girls managed to convince the cook that today's holiday table must include strawberry cake with honey and chocolate ice cream. It turned out that she knows how to convince. Meanwhile, Duke Edgar continued to work in his office. Today, more than ever, working hours lasted too slowly. The young man could not wait for the evening to see Rubica as soon as possible. He was constantly distracted from papers, and documents could not concentrate at all, often looked out the window to check if his wife was walking in the garden. Every 5 minutes, I looked at my watch. There was a knock on the door, and the butler appeared on the threshold. In his hands, he held a beautiful plate filled with ripe, juicy strawberries. He said that Mrs. Rubica gave the treat to the Duke. Edgar, of course, tried to hide the pleasant smile on his face, but he didn't succeed. Well, Carl noticed everything perfectly. The Duke would really like to believe that the girl also thinks about him all day long, just as he thinks about her. He finally decided to ask the man if everything was okay with his young wife. He had not seen her all day, and she had to receive many guests. The butler said that the head maid told him that the lady's reception went very well. She refused requests from people who came to the meeting. The girl behaved very dignified. Edgar was a little surprised. What other requests might guests have? People simply had to come to greet the new young duchess. It turns out that everything was wrong. Carl explained that the guests asked her to buy large quantities of her products or to hire them to work. They offered lessons on good behavior in elite society and various other nonsense. Duke Claimer thought for a moment. How dare they all bother his wife on such issues? This is all because his relatives cannot talk to him. They decided to make fun of a girl who had absolutely no understanding of economics and business management. The butler hastened to reassure his master. He recalled that Rubika refused everyone in a very civilized manner. Therefore, he hopes that from tomorrow there will be significantly fewer guests. And yet Edgar saw that the man was not telling something. Knew this man too well, Carl raised him from the cradle. Therefore, the Duke ordered the whole truth to be told. And again, this awkward behavior of the butler began to infuriate Edgar. He stomped from foot to foot and said that the lady herself would personally tell him everything when they were alone. But Edgar understood that he would beat the truth out of this man at any cost. He once again looked carefully into Carl's eyes, and he understood everything. Absolutely nothing can be hidden from the Duke. Carl said that today Mr. Caesar paid a visit to their residence. She and Mrs. Rubika talked, and the Duchess decided to invest a decent amount of money in the development and breeding of unique roses. Edgar thought that Caesar, as always, began to cling to requests for help, so Rubika agreed. But Carl replied that the girl first calculated everything, looked at his business plan, and only then decided to invest the money. The Duke still did not understand his wife's decision. Why waste money on such a pointless project? After all, he is engaged in scientific development, and this involves breeding roses. Carl calmly replied that Mrs. Rubika is well versed in such matters. She has a sense of style and really appreciates beauty. The lady wants to decorate the residence's garden with unique varieties of roses. The man also added that the senior maids also do not approve of the Duchess's decision, but Carl himself finds it quite good and cost-effective. You can make a good profit from this project. It turned out that Rubika wanted to export the newly developed varieties of flowers to neighboring countries. Unique varieties of roses are highly valued there. Such trade will bring good profits, which Rubika agreed to share with Mr. Caesar. Carl really believed that this was a very profitable business. Moreover, they will have no competitors in this matter. If Mr. Caesar successfully develops new varieties of roses, then the Duke for his part will not lose anything, but on the contrary will gain in profit. Even after telling the whole truth to his masters, Carl did not stop worrying. His fingers were visibly trembling, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Edgar asked why the man behaved this way. As it turned out, the head maid asked the butler to tell the Duke about this situation, but he wanted Mrs. Rubika to share this news with Edgar herself. Carl didn't understand why the head maid didn't want the lady to share the news with her husband on her own. She convinced the girl that this matter did not relate to housekeeping, but to research and development of projects. The Duke made a note in his head and then said it out loud. The main thing seems to be that the maid is interfering too much. If all decisions wait for the Duke's approval, then how can Rubika feel comfortable in this house? The man bowed his head and promised that he would convey the Duke's words to the head maid. She is a wise woman, so she should understand what Duke Claimer meant. Otherwise, she will lose her job. The servant was about to leave, but Edgar stopped him. He asked not to tell the maid anything. First, the Duke must personally figure everything out, and he will do it soon. The next morning, the Duchess was sent a whole album with sketches of new outfits, but the girl didn't understand how you could choose a dress based on some drawn picture. After all, you need to feel the fabric, see, and try on the dress with your own eyes. Anne, as always, stood nearby ready to help at any moment. She reassured the girl and said that they could go to the seamstress's workshop or they would send the dresses directly to her room for fitting. For some time, Rubika carefully looked at the pictures. All this was new to her. The designs in the capital are noble and magnificent. They differ from the simple rustic cut of dresses. She needs to come up with something and find a middle ground. If she places an order in the capital, she will thereby complicate the life of the nobility. You need to think more carefully to get more. Therefore, she decided not to bother the capital's designers, but to find someone local. The woman was truly surprised. This young girl is a very deep thinker. She can order the latest expensive clothes from metropolitan designers, but instead, Rubika decides to support local artisans. The young duchess burst into a smile. She said that such a solution would make the task much easier. We'll spend a lot of time traveling to do fittings, and so the whole process will take place next to the residence. Another maid came into the room and said that dinner time was approaching. She will help her do her makeup and hair. Rubika just sighed. Why dress up like that for a casual dinner? The young duchess asked if Duke Claimer would be present at the dinner, but Anne replied that Edgar usually eats regular simple food in his office. There's really no point in counting on the gentleman to appear at the table here. The head maid lamented that it must be lonely for the young master to eat at the huge dining table all alone. No one could change this stupid habit of Mr. Edgar. It was Rubiki who managed to change everything. Now the Duke happily sits down to dinner with everyone. Because of this, the maid is very grateful to her. He probably wants to save face in front of his wife. Rubika still didn't understand the reason for Edgar's strange behavior, but she will definitely figure it out. She needs to try to pay the man as much attention as possible and talk to him more often. Anne once again thanked the girl for caring so sincerely for their master. But Rubika did not see any concern on her part towards Edgar. When the girl appeared in the dining room, she saw that the Duke was already sitting at the table. She couldn't guess from the young man's face what mood he was in. The man seemed calm in appearance. The conversation during dinner didn't go well. Even the delicious cake and ice cream were not particularly pleasing. Edgar was also silent, and this made the girl a little tense. She needs to tell her husband about the guests' visits. After a long pause, Edgar finally decided to break the silence. He asked the girl if she wanted to tell him something important and share the news of the day. Rubika realized that the man was already aware of the main news, but decided to tell him personally. She said that today she received a large number of guests. She also managed to talk with Mr. Caesar. At that same moment, the Duke's face changed dramatically. He became serious and looked at the girl menacingly. What did she say? Why did she need to talk to this abnormal person? He's a very creepy guy. Rubika was indignant. Why is he talking to her again, like she's a servant? Did someone tell him to behave this way with her? The Duke, in turn, asked why she had such a tactless manner of communication. Rubika did not understand her husband's behavior at all. She was already confused by his demands. During the last conversation, he himself said that he did not like it when she spoke to him in an official tone. Okay, since their meetings are extremely rare from now on, she will speak to him exclusively in a respectful manner. Nothing will happen to her. She will have to be patient. The tension gradually increased. The Duke behaved like a small child and probably did not understand what he wanted from the girl. At some point, he simply felt ashamed of his behavior. It seems he went a little overboard with his behavior. After a while, Edgar calmed down a little and could look at his wife without reproaches or complaints. The man said that he didn't care how she addressed him. It seemed to Rubika that her brain couldn't stand it anymore, and she would simply burst with anger. So why was there all this circus for an hour, and even with servants? What did this stupid man want to show with his behavior? Then something incredible happened. The Duke took her hand and turned to the headmaid and butler. He asked them to tell everyone that his wife has the right to decide how to address him. There is no need to give her advice on this matter. All the servants stood looking down at the floor. Carl and Anne were especially ashamed. After all, it was they who taught the girl how to behave correctly with the Duke. But overall, everyone was happy that everything had been resolved. Edgar angrily slammed his fist on the table and said that he would cut the butler's salary for 3 months. But the girl calmly looked into the man's eyes and carefully took his hand. Rubika reminded that Carl is his most loyal person, so you shouldn't do this to him. He is not to blame for anything. And if Edgar himself had not behaved so strangely, then none of this would have happened. Why does this girl constantly make him feel ashamed? But she's right. If he paid more attention to their communication, they would immediately be able to understand each other and agree on everything. Since the situation had improved, the girl decided to continue the conversation. She asked why Edgar started talking about roses and what kind of history connects them with Lord Caesar. She really wanted to figure everything out. All this time, Carl stood nearby and listened to the conversation of the young people. The man admitted that it was he who told the Duke about Lord Caesar's visit. He said it was his fault, and he was very remorseful. Well, that's how you can trust people. And why did she beg a few minutes ago not to cut the butler's salary? It was necessary not only to cut back, but to completely take away everything. Rubika began to tell the Duke about Caesar's visit. She had seen his sketches, and they were truly unique roses. He has been studying this business for a long time and is in love with flowers. Therefore, such a profitable project should not be missed. Next, the girl decided to voice her main desire. The Duke has a very beautiful garden, and she would like to decorate it with unique flowers that are not found in any other state, and she is going to invest in rose breeding. Edgar looked at her and smiled sincerely. The man had never seen his wife so interested in any matter. Her eyes shone with happiness, and the Duke simply could not refuse her this request. He will do anything for Rubika, no matter what she asks. But at that moment, the Duke decided to ask himself. He asked the girl if she would allow Leda to kiss her, if he approved the start of Caesar's project. It was pure provocation, but suddenly he gets lucky. Of course, Edgar cannot go a day without stupid jokes and harassment. The wonderful mood of the column disappeared in the moment. How dare he manipulate her with such methods? They have a clear agreement. The tense situation was saved by the cook, who entered the dining room with a huge birthday cake. Immediately from the threshold, the man began to congratulate the newlyweds on the first day of their life together. I even got hold of a candle, somewhere in the form of a 1. So I tried my best. The Duke was very surprised, and Rubika's eyes widened. It looks like she overdid it. The cook needed to clarify that the cake should not have been so huge, and now it all looks at least stupid. But the cook did not pay any attention to the surprised faces of those present. He did his job and said that the cake at the request of the lady was ready for the holiday. He tried very hard for His Excellency. Rubika wanted to fall into the ground from shame. It shouldn't have been like this at all. She did not order a cake, especially for Edgar, and certainly did not intend to celebrate the first day of her married life with him. But from the outside, it looked exactly like this. The cook, whose cake everyone really liked, went wild. He approached the newlyweds and said that before trying the sweetness, the young couple should kiss. There is nothing better than a kiss to end the holiday. Duke Claimer benefited from this situation. Even this culinary, without knowing it, helps him achieve what he wants. Perhaps all is not lost, and he will still kiss his wife. And at that moment, Zhenya had no time for jokes. Her games went too far, and Rubika went a little overboard. She herself had created this stupid situation and was now terribly angry. And now she had no idea how to get out. The girl looked at the maid in the hope that this would somehow resolve the situation. But it seemed that Anne was standing and impatiently waiting for the Duke to finally kiss his wife. Edgar decided not to waste time so as not to miss the moment. Since she prepared a cake to celebrate the first day of marriage, A light kiss would be a great gesture to thank him. Rubika could not say which of the feelings now predominates in her soul more than others. She wanted to burst with anger and shame, but the other half of her seemed to be dreaming of a kiss with the Duke. So the girl closed her eyes and waited to see what would happen next. A second later, Rubika felt the touch of Edgar's warm, gentle lips on her forehead. The man decided not to make a fool of her, and she was probably very grateful to him for that. Edgar leaned even closer to his wife's ear and whispered that this was not at all the kiss he would really like. But since there are many witnesses in the dining room, he cannot do otherwise. But she still hopes that the girl will change the rules of the contract. And here, Rubika didn't even have anything to reproach the Duke for. He acted absolutely honorably, showing those present that he loved his wife and was grateful for the holiday. At the same time, he did not violate their agreement because kisses on the forehead were allowed. Well, what could she do? Just come to terms with the current situation. Rubika tried not to look into the Duke's eyes and was really waiting for the cook to finally start serving the cake. The delicacy really looked very beautiful. The pastry chef did not forget to decorate everything with flowers and fruits. Everything turned out great, as Rubika expected. She looked at the Duke's reaction. The man seemed to really like it too. The girl decided to try ice cream, and the dessert was simply amazing. The chef explained that he added a little honey, which significantly improves the taste. The man would talk for a long time about the preparation of his dessert, about the nuances of technology and ingredients. But it seems the Duke got bored with all this, and he asked the cook to take care of his immediate duties. He hurriedly retreated to the kitchen. Rubika did not understand Edgar's reaction. What didn't he like about this nice man? He also prepared a delicious dessert. Then it dawned on her that the Duke was obviously angry that the girl was giving more attention to the cook and not to him. The next minute, Edgar pushed the plate with the cake away and said that the delicacy looked terrible. It probably tastes the same. Rubika should have gotten used to the fact that her husband is a slightly strange person. She decided to simply remain silent and not run into a new conflict. Rubika pulled herself together and simply started eating the cake, enjoying its delicious taste. Edgar doesn't want to try even a piece, so there's no need. Let her sit and be angry at the whole world. She doesn't care about it at all. Dinner ended when the first stars had already appeared in the sky. But Edgar was going to do something. She asked if he was going for a walk this late. Why couldn't it be done during the day? The Duke replied that he was going to take a walk in the evening garden and look at the manna quartz. Then the man invited Rubika to join him. The girl agreed with pleasure. This was the first normal gesture on his part. Gardens in this country look different from those in other countries. Instead of flower beds, the area was decorated with beautiful quartz sculptures. And to be honest, it looked amazing. It was clear that the Duke's garden was well cared for. Edgar carefully watched Rubika's reaction. Her eyes shone with joy and admiration. She had never seen such beauty before. She was grateful for this walk. The Duke carefully took the girl by the hand and said that this was not the end of the excursion. There is something even more fascinating. He is sure that the girl will be impressed. The young people went deeper into the garden. Edgar noticed that Rubika's face was filled with blush when they first met. She looked at the cake with the same emotions today. Apparently, girls like pretty things. The young people went quite far deep into the garden. The area was too dark, and Rubika was a little scared. There is no one around them. The Duke left his guard. Something terrible might happen. Suddenly, something rustled loudly in the bushes. Rubika became very scared, and she reflexively threw herself into the arms of the Duke in search of protection. Edgar also reflexively hugged her. The girl's heart was beating like crazy. She was really very scared and whispered to the guy that there was something in the bushes next to them. Well, what could it be? And why did they come here anyway? The Duke mentally thanked the higher powers for his help, pulled the girl even closer to him, and in a quiet, calm voice, told her to calm down. There is no danger. It's just a squirrel. Rubika stopped trembling, but somehow had no intention of getting out of Edgar's embrace. For herself, she realized that she was comfortable being around him. She should probably also mentally thank the squirrel. They continued walking quietly, talking about something. It seems that for the first time their communication took place, without quarrels and mutual reproaches. But where are they going? And most importantly, why? The Duke kept the intrigue. Finally, they reached the observation deck. The girl took her breath away from the beauty she saw. The Duke thought to himself that it was a good decision to bring Rubika here. Majestic columns, delightful statues, made of marble and quartz, decorated this area. Some kind of extraordinary blue light came from them, and this gave the place some kind of magical atmosphere. The guy explained that the material from which the statues are made, when exposed to air, loses its color after about 10 years. That's why it's becoming less and less common. It was successful here. Rubika also learned that the reserves of this precious stone in the Ceratox Mountains were almost depleted. Therefore, the price of this material is simply off the charts. The Duke is probably truly fabulously rich. The girl carefully examined every figure, every statue. When the stone loses its color, it looks like regular quartz. Unfortunately, this beauty will also disappear over time. The young people approached the majestic fountain, decorated with columns and statues in the form of angels. It radiated a delightful light. It turned out that there was manna quartz inside it. Inside the fountain itself was a beautiful statue of an unfamiliar woman. Rubika asked if the Duke knew who she was, with probably sadness in her eyes. The guy replied that this was the image of his mother. Once upon a time, his father ordered that this fountain be built, and a statue depicting his wife be placed in its center. So he wanted to perpetuate the image of a woman. The girl found this story very romantic. She suggested that Edgar's father was truly a great man. Firstly, not everyone will think of this. Secondly, you need to really love a person to do this. Rubika was sure that the Duke did not really want to talk about this topic. She realized that memories of her father bring pain to the guy. This was evident from the expression on his sad face. Someday she will find out the whole truth about this. The man again took the girl by the hand and tried to leave with her in the opposite direction from the statue. At the same time, he said that this statue had a couple. The image of his father was depicted there. So this is a very romantic story. It is likely that his parents loved each other very much. It is logical that Rubika asked where the statue of his father went. Is she somewhere nearby? Edgar was silent for a moment. It was difficult for him to talk about it. Then he nevertheless said that he personally destroyed it and then burned all the clothes and property that belonged to his father and mother. Suddenly, Rubika really wanted to hug her husband again. At this moment, I needed support, but for some reason, the girl restrained herself. Now it became clear to her why nothing of the former Duchess's clothes was preserved in the house. Edgar wanted Rubika to know that she could ask absolutely everything about his mother, but he doesn't want to hear a single word about his father. This topic is closed for him once and for all. At this moment, the man looked broken, sad, and a little angry. Therefore, Rubika decided not to aggravate the situation and change the topic of conversation. Someday the time will come, and he will definitely tell her everything. The couple walked back to the bedroom, but still the girl could not resist and decided to ask something. In the morning, the maids told her that she smelled of the Duke's perfume. How could this happen? The girl was interested in how this could happen. The bed is very large, and Edgar slept at the very edge. How his scent could end up on her body. Obviously, when she was sleeping, the Duke still hugged her. The man felt a little awkward. He understood that the girl suspected him of dishonesty, but he replied that he did not break his promise during the night and did not do anything bad in relation to the rubric. To make amends to the girl and dilute the tense atmosphere, the guy prepared delicious tea and served it directly to his wife in bed. She definitely did not expect such a gesture from a man. But the concept of taste in this situation was controversial. When Rubika tried the drink, she grimaced horribly. It was not only tasteless, but downright disgusting. She couldn't hide her displeasure and pushed the cup away. Edgar noticed everything, but was not angry at all. He asked the girl to take a few more sips. This tea is a must-try. After all, coffee is much more bitter, but people still drink it. And this drink is much healthier and much more expensive than coffee. After drinking tea, Rubika finally went to bed. She looked up and asked him to also lie down on the edge of the bed. She won't fall asleep first. Edgar needs to fall asleep first. The Duke did not understand the strange behavior of the girl and her request. He was really waiting for Rubika to fall asleep first. This was the only way he could move closer and hug the girl. But it seems his wife could read minds and suspected what her husband was really planning. Edgar surrendered, but on condition he goes to bed immediately after kissing the girl goodnight. Old song again. Rubika asked for what reason she should allow the Duke to do this. He replied that this is a long-standing tradition of the Claymore family, which is passed down from generation to generation. The guy himself found it funny that every evening he came up with the most absurd tales just to touch Rubika's delicate skin with his lips. If this goes on, he will run out of imagination. Rubika replied that they didn't have to honor all the traditions of House Claymore. After all, they didn't get married for love. It's just the way things turned out. Therefore, they are not obliged to kiss each other goodnight when they are alone. Rubika looked at the man carefully. Edgar didn't even look up and seemed very broken. Why does he look so disappointed? Many ladies are ready to kiss him for an eternity. So why is he asking her? After tonight, when Edgar opened up to her, at least a little, and showed his mental pain, Rubika began to find it difficult to push him away. She was probably too rude. He didn't deserve this kind of treatment. He always tries to look rude and calm, but in reality he needs affection and understanding. Therefore, the girl said that if there was such a tradition in their family, then he could kiss her goodnight. Edgar did not have to wait long. He leaned straight towards Rubik's face and gently cupped it with his hands. His gaze was so penetrating and sincere that the girl even felt uneasy. She was about to say that during this kiss, it was not at all necessary to touch her face, but at the last moment, she decided to remain silent. Somewhere deep in her soul, she was also waiting for this moment. Just like last time the kiss turned out to be too long, Edgar could not take his lips off her sweet skin. The girl froze in this moment. Then she very carefully reminded the man that this was more than enough. At the same moment, the Duke asked for forgiveness, abruptly got out of bed, and without a word walked out of the bedroom. Again, she behaved too rudely again. She made him run away. Instead of feeling the pleasure of the kiss and the touch of Edgar's warm, gentle hands, the girl was angry with herself. Well, a little bit about the Duke. He kisses her goodnight and runs away without saying a word. How to understand this? Rubika became more and more angry with herself. She needs to learn to be less harsh with people. Although she behaves very nicely with everyone except Duke Claymore, why doesn't it work with him? The more she learned about Edgar and his life, the more strange the man seemed to her. She often did not understand his words, decisions, and behavior. But now you shouldn't stress yourself out, you just need to sleep. The morning at the residence of Duke Claymore, as always, began with the noise of servants and general bustle. Today Rubika had a lesson on the culture of behavior in high society. Early in the morning, the teacher, Madame Chenier, appeared in her room. She suggested that girls need to learn more about the culture and norms of high society before appearing at social events in the capital. The girl respected her teacher very much, but considered her to be as boring and lacking in emotion as possible. Such people put her in a state of despondency, and she simply did not perceive the information. Now a plan was ripening in her head on how to get rid of the obsessive woman. Therefore, the young duchess told the teacher that she had a lot of things to do that related to the duchy. They will still have time to learn the material, because there is still a lot of time before the start of the new social season in the capital. Madame Chenier understood perfectly well that at that moment they were trying to get rid of her. She reminded that at the wedding reception, the girl behaved in a completely inappropriate manner with his lordship, so it is worth studying. The head maid came to the girl's aid and told the teacher that her ladyship did not want anyone to interfere with her relationship with her wife and the way they addressed each other. Teacher Chenyer's face immediately became distorted. The woman is not used to refusals and such behavior, but there was nothing to be done. The Duchess would have to give in. Otherwise, she may simply lose her job. The teacher bowed politely and asked for forgiveness for taking up a lot of time from the Duchess with all sorts of empty talk. Indeed, she has a lot of important things to do, and the lesson can be continued tomorrow. Why can't this woman understand that Rubika doesn't need her lessons and moralizing? Tomorrow I will again have to come up with some reason to refuse lessons. Maybe just offer her money to stay out of the house? As soon as the teacher left, Karl appeared on the threshold. The man said that the Duke had sent him to give her a short tour of the area. This will be good for the Duchess's health. Rubika was even a little upset. Why can't the Duke himself take a walk with her? This would be a wonderful opportunity to chat and learn more about each other, but it turned out that he was busy with business. The main maid broke into a smile. This is a great idea. Pregnant women need to walk a lot in the fresh air. The Duke is probably very worried and concerned about the condition of the unborn child. There was nothing to do. I had to agree to go for a walk with the servants. Still, this is better than listening to the boring and incomprehensible lessons of teacher Chenye. It was really nice to be in the garden. Rubika asked the woman to show which building Edgar's office was located in. She was curious to know where her husband worked. The woman pointed to the large windows above, in the right wing of the house. For some reason, the girl thought that the Duke also often walks and perhaps even plays sports in the garden. After all, when he hugged her, she felt a strong body under his clothes. The girl began to get angry with herself. Why can't the Duke get out of her head? And why does she even think about such stupid things as Edgar's body? Doesn't she have anything else to think about? For example, about how to quickly leave this place. The path the women turned onto was a little unkempt. Anne explained that the gardener was busy with repairs, so he did not have time to bring this path in order. Rubika asked what kind of repairs the gardener was doing. The woman replied that the glowing statue of a stone angel had darkened over time and should be moved somewhere else. The girl immediately remembered this sculpture. She was so beautiful that it was impossible to forget her. If the statue had remained underground, it would never have lost its glow. But if such wonderful inventions of art are buried underground, then there will be no one to appreciate their beauty and greatness. After all, beauty should make people happy. After the walk, the women returned to the palace, where Mr. Wilkes was already waiting for them. It was a great honor for him to be summoned to Duke Claimer's house. Therefore, he appeared immediately. Immediately after meeting, the man told the girl a lot of exquisite compliments about her beauty. Rubiki was truly flattered by this attitude towards her person. Therefore, the girl's mood improved significantly. The designer began to show the girl fabrics. He offered only those that matched Rubiki to the color of her beautiful brown hair or eyes. The girl realized that he is a real professional in his business. Then the man showed the Duchess a beautiful blue dress. It was made from fabric that was brought from the distant kingdom of Charmand. The dress is unique in its design and embroidery. Rubika was delighted and suggested adding rubies and some more embroidery to the outfit. Since the fabric is thin, the girl believed that the stones would look great on her. The designer showed another dress. The red embroidered outfit was insanely expensive, and it seemed to the girl that the master only looked at the cost of the products and not at who would wear these dresses. Therefore, Rubika politely thanked the designer and said that she needed time to try on all the dresses and take a good look at them. She also planned to see outfits from other designers, so everyone had a fair shot at the work. The man took his leave, thanked for the invitation, and said that he would be at the Duchess's service at any time. But Rubika already knew for sure that she would never invite this designer to work with her again. The next invited designer was too self-confident and narcissistic. He hinted to the girl that she was poorly versed in modern fashion and should definitely listen to his advice. Rubika also kicked this man out the door. The last designer invited for today simply drove her crazy with boring lectures about fashion, which the girl did not ask for at all. She needs original dresses, not scientific conversations. How difficult it was to choose the right designer. Nobody liked Rubiki, but the maid said that there was one more master left. He came from afar, so it would be impolite to refuse to meet him. Rubika did not want rumors to spread about her that she was an arrogant and mischievous duchess, so she mustered her last strength and asked Anne to invite the last designer for the day into the room. Finally, not a man, but a fragile, sweet woman entered the room. She introduced herself. Her name was Madame Kana, and she was very happy to meet such a connoisseur of beauty as the Duchess of Rubik. The girl noticed that the woman was very nervous. Her voice trembled, and for a long time, she could not look Rubika in the eyes. The girl decided to diffuse the situation and began asking Kana about her life. The woman said that a year ago, her husband died. He was a good designer, and she learned everything from him. Now the woman provides for her family herself, so she takes on any job. Kana asked that Rubika not doubt her skill. She did all the embroidery on her husband's designer dresses. Over time, she also learned to understand fabrics, tools, and styles. The woman demonstrated her first work. Rubika examined the dress carefully. It is not particularly fashionable and does not match the style, but the product is sewn simply impeccably. It's worth thinking about. The Duchess asked if the woman had children, and she replied that she had 4 beautiful little sons, whom she loved very much. They all help her in the workshop, bringing threads, sweeping the floor, ironing fabrics. Now it became clear to the girl why the woman was so worried. In the first minutes of the meeting, she was left alone, and now must raise 4 children on her own. And this is oh how difficult. Rubika really wanted to give Madame Kana a chance. Let him sew something for her, and then we'll see. Therefore, the girl ordered herself a dress of a simple style for everyday walks, as well as a nightgown. Kana's face immediately changed. She approached the matter with dedication. She showed Rubika a fabric that does not fade in the sun. This material is light and durable, so it is perfect for walking. The woman recommended a simple style, combined with a full, beautiful skirt. The front side should be decorated with stones. Rubies are best suited, as they will harmonize well with your hair color. This is the first designer who managed to truly interest a girl and pay attention to his work. It was immediately clear that Kana was simply in love with her work and devoted herself completely to it. Rubika carefully examined each sketch. They were a little old, but something still caught her eye. There was some detail missing, a little zest, maybe rose embroidery. But the maid saved the situation. She suggested that Kana sew the item, and the embroidery could be done by a seamstress from the Claymore house. This will make it more convenient for everyone, and the woman will be able to get a job. The woman's face lit up with sincere joy. She really needed this job, and she managed to get it. The young lady is very kind and also very wise in her decisions. Kana explained that finding a good embroiderer is very difficult. She would do this herself, but the entire boutique is supported by her, so she cannot devote as much time to embroidery as the process requires. Anne decided to invite the Claymor's head seamstress, Mrs. Rosa, to talk to them. She will be able to come up with something or advise. The maid also ordered the maid to prepare sweets for Madame Kana's children. The woman seemed very embarrassed and stressed by this situation. She said that she would not take an order from Rubika if she was doing it only out of pity for her. She is used to working honestly and conscientiously. The Duchess objected. She wants to order a dress, not out of compassion or pity. She really sympathizes with the woman, but this is completely different. Kana is creative, so Rubika wants to work with her. Rubika told the woman that she had already seen several designers before, but none of them listened to her wishes. They were not at all interested in how the Duchess looked in her outfit, which could not be said about Can. Rubica added that Madame Kana was the first and only one who thought of what she would like to wear, and it was Kana who understood and recommended what she really liked, and most importantly, suited the girl. And today, the young Duchess plans to order all her outfits from Madame Kana. She is sure that they will work together because the woman has a keen sense of the Duchess's style and mood. Therefore, their cooperation will be pleasant and long-term. The designer expected everything, but not such sincere words from the young lady. She invited her to become the Duchess's personal designer, and now the woman promised to meet all the girls' expectations. Rubica asked Kana to deal with all her clients and spend most of her time making outfits for the Claimer house. She asked not to worry about payment. The Duchess would not offend her. Mrs. Rosa offered to order several dresses for Rubica from Kana, but the designer replied that at the moment she did not have that much expensive and elegant fabric. It must be ordered from abroad. Then Rose suggested using fabrics from their workshop. Rosa also advised ordering from the designer not only elegant dresses for the weekend, but also lingerie for their mistress. Such products also require special attention. The women were so engrossed in conversation and selection of fabrics that they did not even see Duke Claimer appear in the doorway. He carefully watched the women and listened to their conversation. Seeing the man, everyone fell silent at the same time and lowered their heads to the floor. I wonder how long he has been listening to their chatter. The man asked why everyone was scared and silent. Rubica came to the rescue. She said that it was not strange that everyone was afraid of his appearance. What did the Duke expect when he entered the room without knocking or permission? The man began to object. Actually, he walked into his wife's bedroom. To do this, it is not necessary to knock and ask permission to enter, in case she forgot they are a married couple. Edgar further suggested that only those people who have something to hide are fixated on their personal lives and are afraid of prying eyes and ears. But he's not even an outsider. But suddenly, the man's behavior changed, and he became affectionate. Edgar leaned over to the girl and asked for forgiveness for his behavior. From now on, he will always knock before entering a room. Edgar defiantly sat down in a chair and began leafing through a magazine with sketches of dresses. He was interested in what outfits the young Duchess chose for herself. She should always look perfect and the best. Within a minute, a real scandal broke out. He scolded the designer for choosing a dress for Rubica with a very low neckline. In it, she will look like a street girl. Kana took a deep breath and then answered in a completely calm voice that this outfit was not a dress at all. It's just a nightgown. She would never have dared to offer the Duchess a dress with such a slit. And again, the Duke found himself in a terribly ridiculous situation. He thought to himself that it was still worthwhile to first understand the matter and then sort things out. He felt very uncomfortable in front of the new designer and quickly apologized. Kana, as luck would have it, took and showed the fabric from which she was going to sew nightgowns for Rubica. It was the finest transparent guipure with intricate floral embroidery. And then Edgar got carried away. He immediately imagined how his Rubica would look in these elegant nightgowns. The picture seemed stunning. Therefore, the man asked the seamstress to sew 10 of these products in different colors at once. This was already crossing all boundaries, and Rubica's nerves could not stand it. She shouted with all her might to the Duke to get out of her bedroom. The Duchess's exclamations could be heard even on the street. After Kana went home, Rubica decided to visit the head cook. The man was very happy to see her and said that tomorrow, in honor of the second day of married life, he was preparing a festive cheesecake for Mrs. and Mr. The girl realized that now the cook would treat them to his baked goods on any occasion in order to hear praise for his work. The only thing is that Rubica asked to make the products much smaller. Dinner the next evening took place in total silence. Rubica decided to remain silent so as not to irritate the Duke with her conversations. He in turn did not understand at all how to diffuse the situation. The only thing I could notice was that from time to time, Rubica casts ambiguous glances at him. She pretends to ignore the man, but this is far from true. The girl gradually begins to fall in love. Hundreds of women were in love with Edgar. He literally basked in their attention. But until now, he was disgusted by intrusive proposals and declarations of love. Not a single lady touched his heart. His attractive face, money, and title brought him many disappointments in love. Some used him, others just wanted his attention. And now, for the first time, he really liked someone. How the man wanted this girl to really fall in love with him and not just play the role of his wife. Then he will no longer feel like he is losing to her, and their relationship will move to a completely different level. Suddenly, the girl turned to him and said that his button had come undone. As soon as Edgar wanted to fasten it, Rubika came up to him and did it with her own hands. He just opened his mouth in surprise. Could it be that Rubika finally took the initiative for the first time and paid attention to him? He was a little nervous because he did not expect such a turn of events. She definitely hints that she likes Edgar. Perhaps Rubika is losing her mind. She stopped only when she saw that the Duke was blushing right to his ears. The girl pulled away, abruptly, turned around and said that she was going to her place. This situation both angered and touched Edgar. The girl began to show signs of attention to him, but he sat like a pillar and did not know how to proceed. He looks like a small child. Yes, and she is good. She immediately ran away. This man constantly made Rubika nervous and made her emotional. And now the girl was sitting in her room absolutely broken and did not know what to do next. The girl did not know whether the Duke would come to spend the night in her room after this incident. Why is he acting this way? At first, he asked to let him kiss her and take her hand, and then he suddenly blushes. Does he really enjoy teasing her? A little time passed, and a light knock was heard on the door. The Duke entered the room. He was in a night robe and looked stunning. Rubika immediately forgot what she wanted to talk about with the man and pretended to be asleep. But Edgar sat down on the bed and came right up to her face. He came to talk, but the girl said that he was too close. She crawled under the covers and blushed. There's that awkward moment again. The man smiled, and this was already too much. Rubika jumped up and said that she wanted the Duke to stop fooling her, asking for kisses and gentle touches. It looks too stupid. The man's mood immediately changed, and he asked for an explanation. The girl replied that this complicates everything, and people may misunderstand. They don't love each other and will eventually break up anyway. Edgarov, in turn, suggested that it might happen that the girl would truly fall in love with him. She is very passionate about beauty, and he is quite handsome, but Rubika promised that this would never happen. The Duchess looked at the man carefully. Yes, the guy is really handsome, but she promised herself to return to Armand and is not ready to sacrifice him for the sake of this beautiful face. Besides, what does she know about Edgar, other than that he is attractive? Rubika pulled herself together and simply started eating the cake, enjoying its delicious taste. Edgar doesn't want to try even a piece, so there's no need. Let her sit and be angry at the whole world. She doesn't care about it at all. Dinner ended when the first stars had already appeared in the sky, but Edgar was going to do something. She asked if he was going for a walk this late. Why couldn't it be done during the day? The Duke replied that he was going to take a walk in the evening garden and look at the manna quartz. Then the man invited Rubika to join him. The girl agreed with pleasure. This was the first normal gesture on his part. Gardens in this country look different from those in other countries. Instead of flower beds, the area was decorated with beautiful quartz sculptures, and to be honest, it looked amazing. It was clear that the Duke's garden was well cared for. Edgar carefully watched Rubika's reaction. Her eyes shone with joy and admiration. She had never seen such beauty before. She was grateful for this walk. The Duke carefully took the girl by the hand and said that this was not the end of the excursion. There is something even more fascinating. He is sure that the girl will be impressed. The young people went deeper into the garden. Edgar noticed that Rubika's face was filled with blush when they first met. She looked at the cake with the same emotions today. Apparently, girls like pretty things. The young people went quite far deep into the garden. The area was too dark, and Rubika was a little scared. There is no one around them. The Duke left his guard. Something terrible might happen. Suddenly, something rustled loudly in the bushes. Rubika became very scared, and she reflexively threw herself into the arms of the Duke in search of protection. Edgar also reflexively hugged her. The girl's heart was beating like crazy. She was really very scared and whispered to the guy that there was something in the bushes next to them. Well, what could it be? And why did they come here anyway? The Duke mentally thanked the higher powers for his help, pulled the girl even closer to him, and in a quiet, calm voice, told her to calm down. There is no danger, it's just a squirrel. Rubika stopped trembling, but somehow had no intention of getting out of Edgar's embrace. For herself, she realized that she was comfortable being around him. She should probably also mentally thank the squirrel. They continued walking quietly, talking about something. It seems that for the first time their communication took place, without quarrels and mutual reproaches. But where are they going? And most importantly, why? The Duke kept the intrigue. Finally, they reached the observation deck. The girl took her breath away from the beauty she saw. The Duke thought to himself that it was a good decision to bring Rubika here. Majestic columns, delightful statues, made of marble and quartz, decorated this area. Some kind of extraordinary blue light came from them, and this gave the place some kind of magical atmosphere. The guy explained that the material from which the statues are made, when exposed to air, loses its color after about 10 years. That's why it's becoming less and less common. It was successful here. Rubika also learned that the reserves of this precious stone in the Ceratox Mountains were almost depleted. Therefore, the price of this material is simply off the charts. The Duke is probably truly fabulously rich. The girl carefully examined every figure, every statue. When the stone loses its color, it looks like regular quartz. Unfortunately, this beauty will also disappear over time. The young people approached the majestic fountain, decorated with columns and statues in the form of angels. It radiated a delightful light. It turned out that there was manna quartz inside it. Inside the fountain itself was a beautiful statue of an unfamiliar woman. Rubika asked if the Duke knew who she was, with probably sadness in her eyes. The guy replied that this was the image of his mother. Once upon a time, his father ordered that this fountain be built, and a statue depicting his wife be placed in its center. So he wanted to perpetuate the image of a woman. The girl found this story very romantic. She suggested that Edgar's father was truly a great man. Firstly, not everyone will think of this. Secondly, you need to really love a person to do this. Rubika was sure that the Duke did not really want to talk about this topic. She realized that memories of her father bring pain to the guy. This was evident from the expression on his sad face. Someday she will find out the whole truth about this. The man again took the girl by the hand and tried to leave with her in the opposite direction from the statue. At the same time, he said that this statue had a couple. The image of his father was depicted there. So this is a very romantic story. It is likely that his parents loved each other very much. It is logical that Rubika asked where the statue of his father went. Is she somewhere nearby? Edgar was silent for a moment. It was difficult for him to talk about it. Then he nevertheless said that he personally destroyed it and then burned all the clothes and property that belonged to his father and mother. Suddenly, Rubika really wanted to hug her husband again. At this moment, I needed support, but for some reason, the girl restrained herself. Now it became clear to her why nothing of the former Duchess's clothes was preserved in the house. Edgar wanted Rubika to know that she could ask absolutely everything about his mother, but he doesn't want to hear a single word about his father. This topic is closed for him once and for all. At this moment, the man looked broken, sad, and a little angry. Therefore, Rubika decided not to aggravate the situation and change the topic of conversation. Someday the time will come, and he will definitely tell her everything. The couple walked back to the bedroom, but still the girl could not resist and decided to ask something. In the morning, the maids told her that she smelled of the Duke's perfume. How could this happen? The girl was interested in how this could happen. The bed is very large, and Edgar slept at the very edge. How his scent could end up on her body. Obviously, when she was sleeping, the Duke still hugged her. The man felt a little awkward. He understood that the girl suspected him of dishonesty, but he replied that he did not break his promise during the night and did not do anything bad in relation to the rubric. To make amends to the girl and dilute the tense atmosphere, the guy prepared delicious tea and served it directly to his wife in bed. She definitely did not expect such a gesture from a man. But the concept of taste in this situation was controversial. When Rubika tried the drink, she grimaced horribly. It was not only tasteless, but downright disgusting. She couldn't hide her displeasure and pushed the cup away. Edgar noticed everything, but was not angry at all. He asked the girl to take a few more sips. This tea is a must-try. After all, coffee is much more bitter, but people still drink it. And this drink is much healthier and much more expensive than coffee. After drinking tea, Rubika finally went to bed. She looked up and asked him to also lie down on the edge of the bed. She won't fall asleep first. Edgar needs to fall asleep first. The Duke did not understand the strange behavior of the girl and her request. He was really waiting for Rubika to fall asleep first. This was the only way he could move closer and hug the girl. But it seems his wife could read minds and suspected what her husband was really planning. Edgar surrendered, but on condition he goes to bed immediately after kissing the girl goodnight. Old song again. Rubika asked for what reason she should allow the Duke to do this. He replied that this is a long-standing tradition of the Claymore family, which is passed down from generation to generation. The guy himself found it funny that every evening he came up with the most absurd tales just to touch Rubika's delicate skin with his lips. If this goes on, he will run out of imagination. Rubika replied that they didn't have to honor all the traditions of House Claymore. After all, they didn't get married for love. It's just the way things turned out. Therefore, they are not obliged to kiss each other goodnight when they are alone. Rubika looked at the man carefully. Edgar didn't even look up and seemed very broken. Why does he look so disappointed? Many ladies are ready to kiss him for an eternity. So why is he asking her? After tonight, when Edgar opened up to her, at least a little, and showed his mental pain, Rubika began to find it difficult to push him away. She was probably too rude. He didn't deserve this kind of treatment. He always tries to look rude and calm, but in reality he needs affection and understanding. Therefore, the girl said that if there was such a tradition in their family, then he could kiss her goodnight. Edgar did not have to wait long. He leaned straight towards Rubik's face and gently cupped it with his hands. His gaze was so penetrating and sincere that the girl even felt uneasy. She was about to say that during this kiss, it was not at all necessary to touch her face, but at the last moment, she decided to remain silent. Somewhere deep in her soul, she was also waiting for this moment. Just like last time the kiss turned out to be too long, Edgar could not take his lips off her sweet skin. The girl froze in this moment. Then she very carefully reminded the man that this was more than enough. At the same moment, the Duke asked for forgiveness, abruptly got out of bed, and without a word walked out of the bedroom. Again, she behaved too rudely again. She made him run away. Instead of feeling the pleasure of the kiss and the touch of Edgar's warm, gentle hands, the girl was angry with herself. Well, a little bit about the Duke. He kisses her goodnight and runs away without saying a word. How to understand this? Rubika became more and more angry with herself. She needs to learn to be less harsh with people. Although she behaves very nicely with everyone except Duke Claymore, why doesn't it work with him? The more she learned about Edgar and his life, the more strange the man seemed to her. She often did not understand his words, decisions, and behavior. But now you shouldn't stress yourself out, you just need to sleep. The morning at the residence of Duke Claymore, as always, began with the noise of servants and general bustle. Today Rubika had a lesson on the culture of behavior in high society. Early in the morning, the teacher, Madame Chenier, appeared in her room. She suggested that girls need to learn more about the culture and norms of high society before appearing at social events in the capital. The girl respected her teacher very much, but considered her to be as boring and lacking in emotion as possible. Such people put her in a state of despondency, and she simply did not perceive the information. Now a plan was ripening in her head on how to get rid of the obsessive woman. Therefore, the young duchess told the teacher that she had a lot of things to do that related to the duchy. They will still have time to learn the material, because there is still a lot of time before the start of the new social season in the capital. Madame Chenier understood perfectly well that at that moment they were trying to get rid of her. She reminded that at the wedding reception, the girl behaved in a completely inappropriate manner with his lordship, so it is worth studying. The head maid came to the girl's aid and told the teacher that her ladyship did not want anyone to interfere with her relationship with her wife and the way they addressed each other. Teacher Chenier's face immediately became distorted. The woman is not used to refusals and such behavior, but there was nothing to be done. The duchess would have to give in. Otherwise, she may simply lose her job. The teacher bowed politely and asked for forgiveness for taking up a lot of time from the duchess with all sorts of empty talk. Indeed, she has a lot of important things to do, and the lesson can be continued tomorrow. Why can't this woman understand that Rubika doesn't need her lessons and moralizing? Tomorrow I will again have to come up with some reason to refuse lessons. Maybe just offer her money to stay out of the house? As soon as the teacher left, Karl appeared on the threshold. The man said that the Duke had sent him to give her a short tour of the area. This will be good for the Duchess's health. Rubika was even a little upset. Why can't the Duke himself take a walk with her? This would be a wonderful opportunity to chat and learn more about each other, but it turned out that he was busy with business. The main maid broke into a smile. This is a great idea. Pregnant women need to walk a lot in the fresh air. The Duke is probably very worried and concerned about the condition of the unborn child. There was nothing to do. I had to agree to go for a walk with the servants. Still, this is better than listening to the boring and incomprehensible lessons of teacher Chenier. It was really nice to be in the garden. Rubika asked the woman to show which building Edgar's office was located in. She was curious to know where her husband worked. The woman pointed to the large windows above, in the right wing of the house. For some reason, the girl thought that the Duke also often walks and perhaps even plays sports in the garden. After all, when he hugged her, she felt a strong body under his clothes. The girl began to get angry with herself. Why can't the Duke get out of her head? And why does she even think about such stupid things as Edgar's body? Doesn't she have anything else to think about? For example, about how to quickly leave this place. The path the women turned onto was a little unkempt. Anne explained that the gardener was busy with repairs, so he did not have time to bring this path in order. Rubika asked what kind of repairs the gardener was doing. The woman replied that the glowing statue of a stone angel had darkened over time and should be moved somewhere else. The girl immediately remembered this sculpture. She was so beautiful that it was impossible to forget her. If the statue had remained underground, it would never have lost its glow. But if such wonderful inventions of art are buried underground, then there will be no one to appreciate their beauty and greatness. After all, beauty should make people happy. After the walk, the women returned to the palace, where Mr. Wilkes was already waiting for them. It was a great honor for him to be summoned to Duke Claimer's house. Therefore, he appeared immediately. Immediately after meeting, the man told the girl a lot of exquisite compliments about her beauty. Rubiki was truly flattered by this attitude towards her person. Therefore, the girl's mood improved significantly. The designer began to show the girl fabrics. He offered only those that matched Rubiki to the color of her beautiful brown hair or eyes. The girl realized that he is a real professional in his business. Then the man showed the Duchess a beautiful blue dress. It was made from fabric that was brought from the distant kingdom of Charmand. The dress is unique in its design and embroidery. Rubika was delighted and suggested adding rubies and some more embroidery to the outfit. Since the fabric is thin, the girl believed that the stones would look great on her. The designer showed another dress. The red embroidered outfit was insanely expensive, and it seemed to the girl that the master only looked at the cost of the products and not at who would wear these dresses. Therefore, Rubika politely thanked the designer and said that she needed time to try on all the dresses and take a good look at them. She also planned to see outfits from other designers, so everyone had a fair shot at the work. The man took his leave, thanked for the invitation, and said that he would be at the Duchess's service at any time. But Rubika already knew for sure that she would never invite this designer to work with her again. The next invited designer was too self-confident and narcissistic. He hinted to the girl that she was poorly versed in modern fashion and should definitely listen to his advice. Rubika also kicked this man out the door. The last designer invited for today simply drove her crazy with boring lectures about fashion, which the girl did not ask for at all. She needs original dresses, not scientific conversations. How difficult it was to choose the right designer. Nobody liked Rubiki, but the maid said that there was one more master left. He came from afar, so it would be impolite to refuse to meet him. Rubika did not want rumors to spread about her that she was an arrogant and mischievous duchess, so she mustered her last strength and asked Anne to invite the last designer for the day into the room. Finally, not a man, but a fragile, sweet woman entered the room. She introduced herself. Her name was Madame Kana, and she was very happy to meet such a connoisseur of beauty as the Duchess of Rubik. The girl noticed that the woman was very nervous. Her voice trembled, and for a long time, she could not look Rubika in the eyes. The girl decided to diffuse the situation and began asking Kana about her life. The woman said that a year ago, her husband died. He was a good designer, and she learned everything from him. Now the woman provides for her family herself, so she takes on any job. Kana asked that Rubika not doubt her skill. She did all the embroidery on her husband's designer dresses. Over time, she also learned to understand fabrics, tools, and styles. The woman demonstrated her first work. Rubika examined the dress carefully. It is not particularly fashionable and does not match the style, but the product is sewn simply impeccably. It's worth thinking about. The Duchess asked if the woman had children, and she replied that she had 4 beautiful little sons, whom she loved very much. They all help her in the workshop, bringing threads, sweeping the floor, ironing fabrics. Now it became clear to the girl why the woman was so worried. In the first minutes of the meeting, she was left alone, and now must raise 4 children on her own. And this is oh how difficult. Rubika really wanted to give Madame Kana a chance. Let him sew something for her, and then we'll see. Therefore, the girl ordered herself a dress of a simple style for everyday walks, as well as a nightgown. Kana's face immediately changed. She approached the matter with dedication. She showed Rubika a fabric that does not fade in the sun. This material is light and durable, so it is perfect for walking. The woman recommended a simple style, combined with a full, beautiful skirt. The front side should be decorated with stones. Rubies are best suited, as they will harmonize well with your hair color. This is the first designer who managed to truly interest a girl and pay attention to his work. It was immediately clear that Kana was simply in love with her work and devoted herself completely to it. Rubika carefully examined each sketch. They were a little old, but something still caught her eye. There was some detail missing, a little zest, maybe rose embroidery. But the maid saved the situation. She suggested that Kana sew the item, and the embroidery could be done by a seamstress from the Claymore house. This will make it more convenient for everyone, and the woman will be able to get a job. The woman's face lit up with sincere joy. She really needed this job, and she managed to get it. The young lady is very kind and also very wise in her decisions. Kana explained that finding a good embroiderer is very difficult. She would do this herself, but the entire boutique is supported by her, so she cannot devote as much time to embroidery as the process requires. Anne decided to invite the Claymor's head seamstress, Mrs. Rosa, to talk to them. She will be able to come up with something or advise. The maid also ordered the maid to prepare sweets for Madame Kana's children. The woman seemed very embarrassed and stressed by this situation. She said that she would not take an order from Rubica if she was doing it only out of pity for her. She is used to working honestly and conscientiously. The Duchess objected. She wants to order a dress, not out of compassion or pity. She really sympathizes with the woman, but this is completely different. Kana is creative, so Rubica wants to work with her. Rubica told the woman that she had already seen several designers before, but none of them listened to her wishes. They were not at all interested in how the Duchess looked in her outfit, which could not be said about Can. Rubica added that Madame Kana was the first and only one who thought of what she would like to wear, and it was Kana who understood and recommended what she really liked, and most importantly, suited the girl. And today, the young Duchess plans to order all her outfits from Madame Kana. She is sure that they will work together because the woman has a keen sense of the Duchess's style and mood. Therefore, their cooperation will be pleasant and long-term. The designer expected everything, but not such sincere words from the young lady. She invited her to become the Duchess's personal designer, and now the woman promised to meet all the girls' expectations. Rubica asked Kana to deal with all her clients and spend most of her time making outfits for the Claimer house. She asked not to worry about payment. The Duchess would not offend her. Mrs. Rosa offered to order several dresses for Rubica from Kana, but the designer replied that at the moment she did not have that much expensive and elegant fabric. It must be ordered from abroad. Then Rose suggested using fabrics from their workshop. Rosa also advised ordering from the designer not only elegant dresses for the weekend, but also lingerie for their mistress. Such products also require special attention. The women were so engrossed in conversation and selection of fabrics that they did not even see Duke Claimer appear in the doorway. He carefully watched the women and listened to their conversation. Seeing the man, everyone fell silent at the same time and lowered their heads to the floor. I wonder how long he has been listening to their chatter. The man asked why everyone was scared and silent. Rubica came to the rescue. She said that it was not strange that everyone was afraid of his appearance. What did the Duke expect when he entered the room without knocking or permission? The man began to object. Actually, he walked into his wife's bedroom. To do this, it is not necessary to knock and ask permission to enter, in case she forgot they are a married couple. Edgar further suggested that only those people who have something to hide are fixated on their personal lives and are afraid of prying eyes and ears. But he's not even an outsider. But suddenly, the man's behavior changed, and he became affectionate. Edgar leaned over to the girl and asked for forgiveness for his behavior. From now on, he will always knock before entering a room.